Aloha mai kako and good morning. This is the June 24th, 2020 Land Use Commission meeting, and it's being held using interactive conference technology, linking conference participants and other interested individuals of the public via Zoom internet conferencing program to comply with the ongoing state and county official operational directives during the current COVID pandemic. Members of the public are viewing the meeting either via Zoom or via the YouTube streaming that is going on at the same time. I will remind you, as I did last time, for all meeting participants, please be aware that unlike in-person meetings where our court reporter can voice that she cannot hear or ask for a repeat, or at least easily do so, in our Zoom meetings, this is hard. I would like to stress for everyone the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, directly into your microphone, and that before you speaking, you identify yourself for the record. Please also be aware that your participation in the meeting means that you are being recorded in the record of the Zoom meeting and on the YouTube platform as well, and your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of this public record of the event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, please exit the meeting now. Our Zoom conferencing technology allows the parties and each participating commissioner individual remote access to the meeting proceedings via our personal digital devices. Myself as chair, Jonathan Scheuer, commissioners Axon, Chang, Okuda, and Wong, the LUC executive officer, Daniel Ordinker, support staff, including Scott Derrickson, and the LUC's deputy attorney general, Linda Chow, as well as the court reporter, Jean McManus, are all on Oahu. Actually, Commissioner Cabral appears to not be logged in yet. Mr. Ordinker, is Commissioner Cabral expected?
Yes, she is. I was just trying to find out where she is, actually. Scott, she says she can't find the link. Could you resend it to her, please?
She's stuck in traffic.
So, Commissioner Cabral, we expect her to link in on the Big Island and will reflect in the record when she is logged in. Commissioner Ohigashi is here on Maui. Commissioner Giovanni from Kauai is excused from this meeting. We currently have 8 seated commissioners, of which 6 are currently in attendance and 7 will be in attendance when Commissioner Cabral has joined. The meeting minutes for June 9th through 10th, 2020 are not yet completed. Therefore, we will plan to consider them at our next scheduled meeting on July 8th and 9th, 2020, which is expected to be in person on Maui. Our next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Ordinker. You're muted, Mr. Ordinker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My bad. Tomorrow we will be meeting again by Zoom. We will be discussing matters on the with regard to the Big Island. DR 20-69, which is submitted by the city by the county of Hawaii and Linda Rosehill. A18805, which is the church matter, A18804, which is the Barry matter, and A99729, which is Hawaiian Island Land Trust. On July 8th, the current plan is for us to travel to Maui to resume the Koanaulu Ranch motion to dismiss and the Maui R&T Park matters. On Thursday the 9th, we will also be on Maui for the Central Maui landfill matter, Lanai matter, Pulalahele adoption of order. Pulelehua, excuse me, adoption of order. On July 22nd, we will again take up this matter, location yet to be determined. On July 23rd, we will be on Hilo for the University of Nations matter. On August 21st, we will begin being Hilo for the University of Nations matter if necessary. On the 13th, we will again be on Hilo for Hawaii Island Land Trust and the Newton family motion to amend. On August 26th, we will take up any remaining matters with Honolulu Ranch. On Maui, on August 27th, we will again be on Maui for the Sea Brewer bifurcation matter and Nikihei High School. On September 9th, we will be on Maui again for the Sea Brewer bifurcation matter if necessary, as well as September 10th, we will also take up the motion to amend in the Honohono matter. On September 23rd, we have set aside, assuming things go well with this matter, the Hawaii Memorial Park adoption of order. And that takes us through the end of September. I would remind again the commissioners again that we do have a number of pending matters that we have not as yet scheduled, but we anticipate October and November to be quite busy as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ordenker. Commissioners, are there any questions for Mr. Ordenker at this time? If there's none, I'm going to actually ask for a few-minute recess until we can have Commissioner Cabral join us. So I'm going to go into a brief recess right now while our staff, Scott Derrickson, gets Commissioner Cabral on screen. We're in recess.
Hi, it's Nancy. I'm here. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Okay. If it's
You
possible,
do not
let's
pay me enough for the amount of brain cells I have just fried trying to get into this webinar. Okay, total technological meltdown. Ooh. Okay.
I remind Commissioner Cabral we are live on YouTube. And welcome. It was very frustrating today. I had problems as well.
It's amazing. This little computer didn't end up being a frisbee into the river 10 feet from my office.
Wow. Thankfully for that, we're not. Okay, we're going to go back on the record now. It is 9:12 a.m. We now have 7 of our 8 seated commissioners. I will double check with each of them that they are here. Commissioner Okuda.
Yes, present.
Commissioner Cabral, welcome.
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Present.
Ohigashi.
Here.
Chang.
Present.
And Axon.
Present.
Thank you very much. Let me now update the record in this matter. On June 9th and 10th, 2020, the Commission met using interactive conference technology for an action meeting on docket number 17804, Hawaii Memorial Life Plan Limited, Oahu, to consider the petition to amend the Conservation Land Use District boundary into the Urban Land Use District and to begin proceedings on this matter. Petitioner had offered its witnesses, Scott Easer, Tom Holliday, Tom Nance, Jay Morford, Jamie Hirota, Reggie David, Steve Montgomery, Steve Spengler, Maya LeGrand, Susan Burr, Todd Beeler, and Matt Nakamoto Petitioner indicated it has several additional witnesses it intends to call. From June 10th till recently, the Commission has received public comments via email and written correspondence on this matter, which have been added to the website and made part of the record. On June 16th, the Commission mailed the June 24th through 25th notice of agenda to the parties and to the statewide, Oahu, and Hawaii regular and email mailing lists. On June 19th, 2020, the Commission received petitioner's first amended list of witnesses, the third supplemental list of exhibits, and exhibits 60 through 69, as well as our first amended list of rebuttal witnesses. Let's do appearances at this time, starting with the petitioner.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Curtis Tabata and Ben Matsubara for the petitioner.
Thank you, welcome. City County, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay, Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the city.
thank you, Mr. Peng.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Donna Puna on behalf of the Office of Planning.
Welcome.
Good morning, this is Grant Yoshimori, and with me is Rich McCready, or Intervenors Pro Se.
Mahalo. Let me now briefly run over for all the parties and the commissioners our procedures for today. First, I will, as I have already done, recognize the written public testimony that's been submitted in the matter, and then I will identify the person or organization who submitted the testimony. At our last hearing on June 8th and 9th, the Commission allowed oral public testimony as there had been a significant time gap since the initial hearing on this matter. After all public testimony had been heard on June 8th, as chair, I made it clear to all parties public testimony on this matter was then closed in order to move forward with the evidentiary portion of the docket. Therefore, there will be no further oral public testimony in this docket. The Commission will continue to accept written public testimony until a final decision is made. I will then give an opportunity for the parties to admit any further exhibits into the record. After the admission of exhibits into the record, the petitioner will resume presenting their case. Once the petitioner is completed with their presentation, they will be followed in turn by the City and County of Honolulu, the State Office of Planning, and the intervener, Huio Pikoi Loa. For the parties and for the commissioners and for everyone listening, from time to time, we will be taking short breaks, approximately one every hour. Are there any questions from the parties or the commissioners on our procedures for today?
No questions.
Thank you.
Questions?
No questions.
Thank you.
No questions.
Commissioners? Okay. I will now recognize the written public testimony that's been submitted in this matter since our last meeting. Richard and Donna Perkins have submitted written testimony, as well as Lokahi Cuban, Eden Buffington from Mililani Group Incorporated, Sarah Hoftaling, Vanita Ray Smith, Pane Meatoga III of the Hawaii Operating Engineers Industry Stabilization Fund, Senator Jarrett Keohokalole, Kara Wong Miyasato, Kalama Wong, I believe, Alec Wong Miyasato, Teresa Chow, Kathleen O'Malley, and Paulette Tam. Mr. Derrickson, have any further written testimonies been received by the LUC this morning?
No.
Okay. Next, I will call on any parties to provide any new written exhibits to be considered into the record. Mr. Tabata, will you first go and describe the new exhibits you have that you wish to be admitted?
Thank you, Chair. Petitioner is requesting that exhibits 60 to 69 be admitted into the record. Exhibit number 60 is a Rockfall Historic Properties map. Exhibit 61 is a Conservation Easement map. 62 is the text of Article 11, Section 1 of the Hawaii State Constitution. 63 is the resume of Lance Wilhelm. 64 is the written testimony of Lance Wilhelm. 65 is the city's storm drainage standards 2017. Exhibit 66 is Article 12, Section 14 of the revised ordinances of Honolulu. 67 is the Department of Health Community Noise Control Rules. 68 is the Department of Health Noise Permit application. And Exhibit 69 is the guide for filing a community noise permit application.
Thank you, Mr. Tabata. Are there any objections from the parties to admitting these onto the record?
The city has no objections.
No objections from the state.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Hearing none, petitioners' exhibits 60 through 69 are admitted into the record. County, do you have any additional exhibits?
City has no further exhibits.
Okay. State?
No exhibits. No additional exhibits.
Thank you. Mr. Yoshimori?
No additional exhibits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Now, Mr. Tabata, can you give us an overview of what remains in your presentation and begin?
Thank you. Our next two witnesses will be Rosanna Thurman and Dr. Trisha Kehaulani Watson. And Mr. Matsubara will be conducting those examinations.
Okay. And where are they available?
I believe they are ready
HMP2?
now. Rosanna Thurman should be listed under her name.
Okay.
Rosanna.
Yeah. I will admit her in as a panelist. She should be coming on screen now. Ms. Thurman, if you can unmute yourself and allow your video to come through.
Hello.
Good morning. Aloha, good morning.
Aloha.
Good morning, Mr. Matsubara. I will swear in your witness and then you can proceed.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Thurman. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Matsubara.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. The first witness will be Rosanna Thurman, our archaeological expert. Rosanna, could you state your name and business address, please?
My name is Rosanna Marie Runyon Thurman, and the business address for Honua Consulting is 4348 Waialae Avenue, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96816.
Could you state your area of expertise, please?
Hawaiian archaeology in general, as well as regulatory measures and coordinating with the State Historic Preservation Division.
Thank you. And the purpose of your retention was?
So I supervised all field work and report writing for the HMP project.
And you provided written testimony of your investigation and findings, correct?
I did.
And that's attached as Petitioner's Exhibit 42.
Yes.
There is a curricula vitae attached to the written testimony, which reflects that you receive with honors your Bachelor's of Anthropology in 2004 and your Master's from the University of Hawaii in 2014. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you have been practicing for 13 years.
Yeah, just over 13, 14, yes.
Okay, I can't even remember how long I've been doing this. It's much longer than you have. I'd like to have Ms. Thurman admitted as an expert in archaeology.
Are there any objections?
The city has no objections.
The state has no objections.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Seeing none, she is so admitted. Please proceed.
Thank you. Rosanna, could you please summarize your testimony, please?
Yes, I can. So please refer to Exhibit 42 for my testimony and Appendix J of the EIS report for our AIS, or Archaeological Inventory Survey report. My role on the HMP project was to oversee archaeological inventory survey fieldwork and reporting for the 53-acre project area and to coordinate with the SHPD to ensure our methodology was appropriate and guidance and recommendations regarding our findings were communicated. In general, an AIS is conducted to assess what sites and site types exist within a project area, evaluate their integrity and significance, and that is based on Secretary of the Interior guidelines. So when you're assessing a site, you're looking at how old it is, if it's over 50 years old, and the integrity is based on the location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feelings, and association. And significance is based on 5 criteria. A, associated with important events. B, associated with the life of a significant person. C, embodies distinctive characteristics of a type, period, method of construction, or represents the work of a master, or has distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction, high artistic value, etc. D, yield or may likely to yield information important in history. And in Hawaii, we have criteria E, which is defined broadly as significant to a cultural group. Other important factors to consider include enhancing the environmental quality of the state for the social, cultural, educational, and recreational value when preserved to contribute significantly to the understanding and enjoyment of the history and culture of Hawaii. So our AIS methodology was designed in consultation with the SHPD and included a full 100% pedestrian survey with limited hand excavations as determined appropriate in order to further understand the significance of a site or feature and for it to be assessed. An AIS is only the first step of the historic preservation regulatory process in Hawaii. Therefore, under guidance of the SHPD, the field methodology for the HMP project was determined to be appropriate, particularly as 2 previous archaeological studies had been completed within the project area prior, one in 1989 and the second study in 2009, which included limited excavations with very minimal results. Furthermore, it was not known whether the project would proceed. Thus, to avoid undue harm to sites, the landowner recommended a data recovery phase be conducted to investigate certain sites in more detail if the project were approved to proceed, which was then relayed to SHPD. And it was discussed that as long as the AIS was able to sufficiently document and determine the integrity and significance of all encountered sites, then the regulatory requirements for the AIS would be fulfilled. It should be noted that despite multiple surveys that have been completed, there is always the possibility that additional sites or artifacts could exist. Protocols for documenting and addressing any potential future finds would be addressed within proposed recommended archaeological plans for the project. The AIS was conducted in accordance with Hawaii Administrative Rules 13276 for AIS investigations. Fieldwork was completed between September 2017 and February 2018. The pedestrian survey was conducted by a team of 4 to 6 Honua consulting archaeologists, including myself. The project area was surveyed by walking transects throughout the parcel, spaced approximately 4 to 6 meters or 13 to 20 feet apart, depending on ground visibility. We GPSed potential sites during the survey and then went back to further assess each one, clearing away the vegetation and determining if a historic property was present. We mapped and documented all historic properties encountered and feel very confident that we were thorough. AIS fieldwork at HMP documented a total of 24 sites throughout the project area. You can refer to Table 1 in my testimony, which is pages 3 through 6 of Exhibit 42 for each site type, site assessments, and recommendations. I would also like to show you Exhibit 2, which is page 7 of my testimony, if I could use the share screen function.
Yes, one moment. Let me allow that. Okay, you should be able to.
Okay. I just have to find where that button is at here. Huh.
Should be at the bottom if you are looking at the grid of video.
Yeah, it usually is. And here we are. I got it now. Okay. And then I want to make sure I select the right one. Huh. Doesn't seem to be showing me. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Well, what I can do is share this.
Rosanna, after you select it, you have to press share, okay?
Okay, let me see if I can go back in here and say, can you see my screen right now? Can you see my screen right now?
Yes.
So you can see a map?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Okay, wonderful. So let's see here. The figure in Exhibit 2 shows all the sites documented during our AIS investigation. It also shows the initial CP boundary that was proposed following the 2009 AIS. This figure, as well as Table 1 in my testimony, provide both the temporary Honua numbers used in the field and in regular conversation, as well as the site numbers. So all the Honua numbers, they all have site numbers as well. But if I do refer to them as a Honua number, that's just because in regular conversation, it's easier for us to converse rather than just talking numbers. Also, please notice the north arrow so you have a good understanding of the orientation. So you have Makai is up here, Mauka is this direction, and then you have the Kapa'a Ridge along the east side of the project area. You can see the southern CP boundary here if you see my cursor. It originally did not include Honua 4 or the area of Honua 14. So the next exhibit I want to show you is RTA, which is page 16 of my testimony. Can you guys see this one? Can you see this? Okay, perfect, thank you. So this map here shows how the CP was revised to incorporate some of the findings. Of the 24 documented sites, 10 were previously recorded and 14 were newly identified. So the newly identified sites are going to be Honua 1 through Honua 14. Of the 24 sites, 22 are within the petition area and 2 are outside and will be preserved. So the 2 outside, you can see this area here, 4681. This is a traditional habitation complex that's outside of the project area and will be preserved. And then Honua 8, this one here is a habitation site which will also be preserved. Of the 22 sites within the petition area, 11 are within the 14.5 acre proposed cultural preserve. So up here you have 11 sites. Of the 11 outside the CP, 2 sites within the petition area will not be affected, and 9 sites would be impacted by the proposed project. Site types within the cultural preserve include a heiau, a traditional habitation complex, a remnant agricultural complex, a stone enclosure, stone alignments, terraces, a terraced alwai, a storage feature, and 3 pit features utilized as charcoal kilns. The 2 sites which are within the petition area, which will not be impacted, include a historic alwai with native damselfly habitat, which is Honua 3, it's over here, and a historic water diversion terrace, which is 4680 right here. Sites which would be impacted are within the orange area here and include a possible habitation site with agricultural terraces, a modified outcrop, an earthen pit, and a traditional terrace, which are all recommended for data recovery fieldwork. So that's going to be this site here, this one, and this one. So 4 sites, 1, 2, 3, 4, that are recommended for data recovery fieldwork, as well as additional traditional terrace remnants, a historic water retention feature, and historic road remnants. So these are the 3 traditional terraces here, which are not recommended for data recovery. These are the roads over in this area. There's another road segment here. And then this is a historic water diversion site that is in the proposed project area. The AIS project ended up conducting hand excavations at one site, a walled circular pit, which is Honua 14 right here. It was found to be a historic guava charcoal kiln. This site was excavated for 2 reasons: to understand the site's function and significance, and because it was located on the boundary of the cultural preserve, and therefore the landowner as well as SHPD recommended we be clear on its significance and preservation value to provide appropriate mitigation recommendations. All parties agreed that the site had integrity and was significant and had ample educational value to warrant being included within the cultural preserve, and therefore the CP boundary was amended to include the site. The boundary was also amended to include the terraced Auwai, here, Honua 4. No other excavations were deemed necessary during the AIS. However, recommended mitigation measures outlined within the AIS include a data recovery program, completion of a preservation plan, and a monitoring program. The AIS report was accepted by the SHPD in April of 2019, and you can refer to Exhibit 1 for that review letter. So let's turn our attention now to Exhibit RTB, which is page 12 of my testimony. So these photos are meant to explain what we look for when determining integrity and significance. We determine these characteristics by standards of individual site types and applicability to being eligible for nomination to the state or national register. A site may be argued to retain integrity and/or significance, but still may or may not be deemed eligible to the registers. Even within a broader cultural landscape, the individual sites or character-defining features of the site's history must possess historic integrity and significance. The top row of the exhibit shows several site features within the CP, which include well-defined, nicely stacked stone terraces, an enclosure, a terrace within an Auwai, and a charcoal kiln. They are well built and their forms are easily discernible. They retain integrity and significance and hold a high social, cultural, educational, and recreational value. These sites shown in the second and third row are newly identified by our study and have been chosen because they represent portions of sites in the best condition within the area proposed to be impacted. You can see the terraces are in very remnant condition, heavily disturbed by natural erosion from rainfall on the steep hillsides, causing significant loss of soil and stone facings. These sites are typically 1 to 2 courses tall and are not recommended eligible for nomination to the state or national registers. So just so you guys see it clearly, I would just want to use my cursor so you can see within the CP you have these really well-defined, nice terraces. This is an enclosure. You can see the wall here. The wall continues up here. And this is what we call facing, where the wall is very vertical, very well built. This is the Auwai or ditch feature, where there's some real nicely built terraces that go across the feature. And this is a historic kiln. This was the one we excavated. It's kind of a C-shaped structure. And on the Mauka side, back here is a real nice stone wall. It's a little dark, hard to see, so I just wanted to point that out. So for the sites within the cemetery expansion, they're also a little bit difficult to see because they are in very remnant condition. But my purpose here, I wanted to point out some of them that the sites are in very remnant condition, but there are small portions that still remain. So as an example, Honua 5, there's a little terrace back here, and you can see it's stacked between 1 and 2 courses of stone. This one here has basically 1 course of stone, and it's being held up by a tree. So the condition of the sites within the petition area, in the area that is proposed to be impacted, they are far more remnant in poor condition. You can see this one here, there's a little 1 course terrace that kind of comes down into this area. And there's another one up in here. This feature here is a little bit more intact. You can see where the stones are. It's kind of this general area here. So it is intact. It's very small though. And that one we are recommending data recovery for. This one down here, this is actually a terraced area right here. You can see some stones that are built into the side, little couple stones throughout this whole area. So it looks like at one time this was kind of supporting the edge or buttressing this area to have a level surface up above, but the natural erosion is really just kind of eating away at this hillside. And so it's also in very remnant condition. But so that's some of the sites in both of those areas. So I just want to also point out that the captions below these photos, they say if they're determined to have no further work because we've already documented them, we photographed them, we mapped them, and we've documented them to a level where we say we recommend no further work. They're not, they don't rise to a level to recommend preservation or anything like that. Where the third photo on the second row and the bottom photo, those two we do recommend data recovery for. So just to explain this a little bit further, the first 2 sites on the second row here, they are not recommended for data recovery because they were determined to have low excavation potential, particularly because the terraces are only 1 to 2 courses of stone and they lack sufficient soil retention to obtain reliable results for pollen or radiocarbon analysis. The other 2 sites are more intact and are recommended for data recovery. The data recovery project would begin with preparation of a data recovery plan to be coordinated and approved by the SHPD and would outline a reasonable and adequate amount of information to be gathered. A main goal would be to better understand how sites throughout the project area relate chronologically to one another. Currently, that data is only relatively inferred by construction style and function. Through radiocarbon dating, it can be more absolutely evidenced. A preservation plan would then be written for sites within the CP, as well as other sites being preserved outside of the CP. The PP would cover, or the PP or preservation plan would cover short-term and long-term preservation measures and address management, stewardship, maintenance, access, and educational opportunities. Following completion of the preservation plan, the proposed project would then be conducted pursuant to an archaeological monitoring program. which would begin with completion of an AMP and review and acceptance of that by the SHPD. And that concludes my summary.
Thank you, Rosanna. Ms. is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Matsubara. We'll start with the city and county. If you can take off your sharing, please, for now.
I will try to do that.
Mr. Chair, the city has no questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Peng. Ms. Apuna.
The state has no questions.
Mr. Yoshimori.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony, Ms. Thurman. I did have a couple of questions. On Exhibit 2, can you confirm that 9 sites will be graded over for the proposed project?
There are 9 sites within that proposed area for the cemetery expansion.
Okay. And I don't know if this question is, if you'd be able to answer this question, but in the AIS, it mentions that there's going to be walking trails as part of the cultural preserve. Do you know if that's still in the plan?
I'm sure that it is. So whenever the preservation plan becomes to be designed and written, then that's going to be more discussed. And so those things will become more concrete. But that's a pretty typical thing when you have a preservation plan. You want to have proper access and proper routes through the site so people don't walk on top of things unintentionally. And it's a preservation protection measure to make sure that the site is just protected long term, because people will know how to treat it, how to act.
So those trails will most likely go all the way to the topmost artifact that was found in the area. Is that correct?
You know, I'm not sure. That will all be determined when we go to design the preservation plan.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yoshimori. Commissioners, questions for the witness? Commissioners. Commissioner Cabral, followed by Commissioner Okuda.
I find this really fascinating, and having done some hiking and riding in areas, I often run into stones. I think, well, that's unique. Maybe they were put there by man. What happens, because I see where the jungle takes over, you know, and there's all these trees and roots and everything. So if these areas don't get attention because they're not deemed for recovery, and even the greater ones where you have three stackings and that, if nobody finds these, or if nobody finds them and then decides to recover them or preserve them in any way, what is it just going to become eventually lost? I mean, like, how many years has it been since these were touched by man, probably, and how many years more would they last before they'd be destroyed? Is there any kind of idea on how long this type of historic treasures can last if we don't find them and preserve them?
I think that's an interesting conversation. There is no set time limit, but I can say for the Heiau, there was a significant amount of clearing at one time. About 20 years ago, it was pretty well cleared, and it's pretty covered with vegetation now. So when we're talking about some of the sites, like I was showing you photos of those terraces that are on the steep slope, and there's only 1 to 2 course, where a lot of those features have already been crumbling quite a bit. It's hard to know exactly how long those would survive, but they are definitely being impacted greatly by the runoff of water and such. So
okay,
natural process, yeah.
Yes, hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I find it really interesting, especially as someone who was raised on the windward side. I frankly didn't know about all these sites. Can I ask you this? You use the word stewardship in your testimony. When you use the word stewardship, what do you mean?
I just mean maintaining and caring for a site.
When you observe the historic sites or the sites that you documented in your report, besides the clearing of the heiau, which you said might have happened about 20 years ago, have you seen any evidence of stewardship by the landowner over the sites which you documented in your report?
I don't believe the landowner was aware of any of the other sites out there, other than the ones that were already known in the CP. And as far as I know, I don't believe that the landowner had really touched anything, but I know that he had been active in helping to maintain the heiau.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to see what stewardship was actually used or performed regarding the property. So regarding the heiau, you mentioned clearing of the heiau about 20 years ago, but so that would predate the purchase of Hawaiian Memorial Park by Service Corporation International, correct?
You know, I'm not exactly sure the date of that purchase. And when I say 20 years ago, that's kind of general. I've seen photos from back in that time. It could be more 15 years ago, but there was a lot more clearing and you could actually see all the way down to the ocean.
Okay, besides that clearing, do you know of any evidence in the record which indicates any stewardship over the sites that are located in this subject property, which is now designated conservation?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much. Quite frankly, Ms. Thurman, I found your testimony to be thorough and very clear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I was trying to save time by just trying to get as much out there to you guys right up front.
Well, no, I appreciate that. I just have a few questions. So under your data recovery, the 9 sites, the Honua's newly discovered sites in the proposed expansion area, they will either be data recovery or they will be no further work, but they will nonetheless be destroyed. Is that correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay. Were any of those, and I saw the pictures that you had in your slides, are there other examples of those same types of features that will be preserved in the cultural preservation area?
That's a really good question. So we did find a new site in the cultural preserve area during our survey, which was some traditional terraces with some really nice ikaha plants growing out of them. So that site is in the cultural preserve and will be preserved. Also the Honua 4 site, which has an auai and several terraces throughout it. That's another traditional style of feature that will be preserved.
Okay, because that's really important. If the sites that are going to be destroyed, if they are unique and there are no other sites that are representative, then data recovery is generally not the preferred mitigation. So based upon your expert opinion, there are other types of sites that are representative of those that will be, the 9 that will be destroyed. Is that your testimony? All right.
Yes.
Now, the methodology for the AIS, is it my understanding that there were no trenching performed? It was pedestrian surveys only. Is that correct?
So no mechanical trenching at all. There was just the hand excavation at Honua 14.
Okay. Is there, because there's numerous habitation sites, primarily in the cultural preserve area, but I would suspect that there would be other habitation sites. In your opinion, is there a likelihood of subsurface human burials that may be below the area where the cemetery expansion is being proposed?
So I would say the probability for burials is pretty low, and that has a lot to do with the terrain because it is on a very steeply sloped to moderately sloped area, and you have a lot of soil erosion. So we investigated the hillside very thoroughly. I feel we were looking for any indications of caves or anything that's been eroding out where, you know, at times when you go to other areas, if there are burials on hillsides, a lot of times they will be eroding out. So we had that in mind, and we did look for that. That was something we wanted to be pretty clear on, and we didn't see any indications for anything like that. So I'd say the probability is pretty low.
When I was going through, trying to go through your previous archaeological work in these areas, were there any evidence of human burial remains that may have been found in these areas?
No, there has not been any previously documented burials in the mountain slopes. As you're, I'm sure, very well aware, most of the time we find burials in sandy deposits, or we're looking in inland areas, they would be in caves, but there hasn't been anything documented within the vicinity of the HMP project.
Okay. Did you know are you aware of whether families have been recognized or associated with this site?
I wouldn't say I am extremely aware of that. That would probably be more a question for Trisha Watson because she deals directly with all the cultural side of things.
Okay. Let me ask you, in the development of the mitigation, did you consult with any of the cultural families, or was this mitigation measures just developed by the archaeologists?
So the methodology for any project is always directly done with SHPD. So every project's different, but the standard is you deal with SHPD, and depending on your terrain and all the circumstances of the project, you come up with a proper methodology.
So in this case, you did not consult with any of, for example, the Ko'olapoko Hawaiian Civic Club or others in the community regarding the proposed mitigation?
I would say not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now you have listed down for, you have a preservation plan, you have a list for proposed mitigation. Is it, would it be reasonable mitigation, since you are going to essentially destroy after you do the data recovery of those sites that are in the cemetery expansion area? Because there were some of those stone features, while they may not be totally intact, but there were some stone features still present. Is it a reasonable form of mitigation to relocate those stones to the cultural preserve area for future use as part of the cultural preserve area?
That's an interesting question. So basically the levels of mitigation options that we typically go by, it's dictated by the Secretary of the Interior standards. So if you have a site that is kind of at the level of that you could recommend it for preservation, then you could then also be thinking about maybe a higher level of of protection and mitigation. So you have rehabilitation, restoration, reconstruction. So I'd say reconstruction might be perhaps what you're talking about. And none of the sites within the petition area that are in that impacted area really rise to anywhere near the level of even preservation. So we wouldn't necessarily recommend that the landowner needs to relocate and reconstruct them. That's a little bit above and beyond.
Yeah, and maybe I wasn't very clear. I wasn't proposing to reconstruct the sites that will be destroyed. It is more for purposes of relocating those stones to the preservation area for the possible use of some of the other sites, whether it be the heiau or some of the other features that are being preserved within the cultural preservation area. Because it is very difficult to find comparable stones that have been used for rock formations, and your cultural preserve area has quite a few sites that you are preserving that these, rather than destroying and bulldozing over these rocks, at one time they serve some purpose, that the possible mitigation would be, before they get destroyed, to actually relocate them to the preservation area for future use, possible future use. Would that be something that would be a reasonable mitigation?
So what I'd say the best place to talk about that would be to, within the development of the data recovery plan, since that would be the next phase. And during that process, there can be all of this conversation and that it can be discussed. That seems like a viable thing to be discussed as far as the data recovery process and the process before construction starts, so that it would be planned into the project.
All right, very good. And my last question has to do with signage, interpretive signage, because you have under here education and interpretive programs. Is that something that you're prepared to talk about, or is that something that Ms. Watson will talk about?
So that's a standard of a preservation plan. So I write preservation plans and I help communities and landowners create preservation plans. So I'm pretty familiar with signage, but if you want any specific information, particularly about, you know, the heiau or kaneohe, anything, it might be more appropriate for Trisha. She would probably love to field that.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Anything further, Commissioner?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, commissioners, are there further questions for Ms. Thurman? Commissioner Ohigashi.
This might be jumping a little further, but I noticed in Ms. Watson's testimony that she mentions some concern about the community members, that there are trespassers on that property. Did you observe any type of damage that can be attributed to trespassers in the area?
I definitely did see a lot of modifications. It's all very kind of cosmetic for paintballing and likely some kind of air gun, you know, war game type thing, just for play. But people do build fortresses and such that they can hide behind and shoot opponents from. So that is going on out there. There is pretty current, constant use by trespassers for those purposes.
And is that the type of trespassers that you guys, that these comments are directed at? Are there people who are intentionally going in there for the purposes of destroying certain items in that area, or is that just the paintball guys users?
I haven't seen any destroying of sites, but there was also some spray painting. So disrespectful behavior, but not too much more than that. The paintballing and maybe just some inappropriate behavior.
Thank you. I'll ask Ms. Watson more about it.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Is there anything further, Commissioner Ohigashi?
No.
Okay, commissioners. If not, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Thurman. Ms. Thurman, in addition to your recognized expertise as an archaeologist, would you consider yourself a cultural practitioner of any practices associated with the cultural sites in your survey?
I would say no.
Okay. So what occurred to me during your presentation, when you were asked for to make a professional evaluation as an archaeologist on, say, the significance of a site, or on whether data recovery should be performed, or whether a site has integrity or not, do you think that a practitioner might reach different conclusions than an archaeologist?
So there's a level of objectivity we have to have. So that can get skewed at times, but I feel that we work very closely with cultural practitioners as well. For instance, we have Mark Stride, who's an archaeologist, but he is definitely also a cultural practitioner. He works in the Kaneohe area, grows lo'i. He maintains very beautiful terraces of the Luluku field system. And so, you know, he was out there with us. And so, you know, we definitely listen to what he has to say, and we all communicate together to create our decisions. But I do have the final say as the supervisor and the permit holder, but I definitely don't disregard that aspect.
So just to understand your response, you believe, as opposed to a cultural practitioner, your perspective is objective. Is that what I heard you say?
I didn't mean it in any kind of rude way. I'm just trying to say that, say for instance, criterion E, which means that it's significant to a cultural group. So that's kind of hard to say, no, that's not significant to me, because that's hard to be objective to say, you know, perhaps what one person thinks is significant, another one might not. So, you know, every evaluation has a lot of things that you take into consideration, but there's always room for a little gray area in there. And I think that when you have direct experience with something, that you might be more with the understanding that it could be looked at different ways. And honestly, there's not one set way of anything. So that's why it's important to talk to each other.
So what I'm trying to get at is, which came clearer to me than it's ever been before during your testimony, is that, you know, we certainly rely on archaeologists, and there's a process in the state where archaeologists' opinions are valued for making these determinations. But in some ways there's a disjointedness, because sometimes we're asking an archaeologist to determine what should be preserved for a practice, rather than necessarily a practitioner to determine what should be preserved for a practice. I was just interested in your thoughts on that.
So I actually see those as two separate things. So the archaeology is really the history and the material culture that survives from that. And then the practice would be more the intangible side of things. So the practice can then be talked about in the preservation plan as ways to have people come back to reuse the site, to understand the site, to, you know, to really be more involved with that cultural side of things. So we do meld our approaches, but the archaeological side is very regulatory binded. So we really, our mindset is geared towards looking at the Secretary of Interior criteria and the Hawaii administrative rules and using those as our guides.
I have nothing further, commissioners. Is there anything further? Mr. Matsubara, is there any redirect?
No redirect.
Okay, then we're done with your testimony, Ms. Thurman. It is 10:09 a.m. I suggest that we take a recess until 10:20 a.m. and we continue with your second witness at that time. Is that acceptable?
Thank you. Yes, it is.
Okay, we're going into recess. Thank you very much, Ms. Thurman.
Thank you, Rosanna. Thank you very much.
Hey, Scott. Scott.
Arnold, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if my mic works on this earphone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
About a minute or so to go.
Mr. Chair, yes, we are.
Ms. Chow, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I know you're just checking to make sure I'm still paying attention, right?
I thought you went golfing. Okay, it's 10:20. Let's go back in on the record. We were done with your witness, Ms. Thurman. Mr. Matsubara, who was next?
Yes, my next witness is Trisha Kehaulani Watson, and she did the cultural impact assessment. Ms.
Okay.
Watson?
Where is she going to be physically? At HMP2?
Correct.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Watson.
Good morning, Chair.
Aloha.
Hello.
I'll swear you in, and then Mr. Matsubara will proceed. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Dr. Watson, could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Trisha Kehaulani Watson. My business address is 4348 Waialae Avenue, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96216.
Could you tell me your area of expertise?
My area of expertise for these proceedings are, I have a background in environmental law. I have a background in ethnography. I do conservation work, and I do a lot of work around natural resource management.
So that category would fall under justice?
Excuse me, Ben. I'm sorry to interrupt. Jean McManus, court reporter. The witness is, her voice goes down at the end, and I cannot hear what she's saying at the end of her sentences.
Okay.
Trisha, I will be louder. Sorry about that.
Yes,
I worry sometimes about being too loud. So
the chair holds this same opinion. Thank you, Ms. McManus. Please continue.
Okay, why don't we go back on your area of expertise and keep your voice up?
Okay, I have a background in environmental law, ethnography, conservation, and cultural resource management.
Okay, and that would fall under the broad category of environmental law and justice?
Yes.
Which includes discussion on conservation easements?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, you prepared the cultural impact analysis for this project, did you not?
Yes.
And that's attached as Exhibit K, excuse me. And you drafted.
Yes, to the EIS, Exhibit K, or Appendix K to the EIS.
And you drafted written testimony which has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 43.
Correct.
And we provided it to the land use commissioners.
Correct.
Now, attached to your testimony is your CV, Cultural Curricula Vitae, which details your educational and professional experience, does it not?
Yes.
Could you briefly go over it, please?
Sure. I have bachelor's degrees in sociology and American studies. I have a master's degree in American studies, whereas my master's thesis was on environmental racism. I have a law degree from the William S. Richardson School of Law. I am a graduate also of the environmental law program and have an environmental law certificate, which is a graduate certificate awarded by the law school. And I have a PhD in American studies where I studied indigenous epistemologies, so native knowledge systems, and studied historic preservation.
So you have a JD and a PhD.
I really just didn't want to go into the working world. I wanted to stay in school as long as possible. I ultimately failed, but I tried.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask you at this time to please summarize your written testimony you did submit.
I will keep it brief. I know we are short on time today. We conducted a cultural impact assessment for the project. Our particular methodology for my company is we look at primarily 3 categories. We look at cultural resources, tangible resources. So those are things you can touch. We look at intangible cultural resources. So this is mo'olelo, this is stories, these are traditional practices. We do this through the conducting of interviews and through looking at resources in both English historic resources and Hawaiian language resources. And then we also look at natural resources. So what is somewhat unique.
For the sake of the court reporter, I know you want to cover things as much
I'll
as
be slower. Sorry. Keep telling me though. I'm very Portuguese. I can get fast. We also look at natural resources. So this is taking the botanical assessment and then looking at the cultural significance of the different flora and fauna identified within the area and looking for any potential cultural significance there. We conducted 11 new interviews for this. There was another cultural impact assessment previously conducted. We effectively completely did a new one. What we focus on in particular is interviewing cultural practitioners. So we look for hula practitioners, different types of practitioners who are from or utilize the project area. For this particular project, we interviewed several well-known kumuhula from the area who provided us substantial interviews as to the areas they access and the resources they access within the petition area. What we discovered during the course of those interviews was that all of the resources that are utilized, the cultural resources that are utilized for traditional and customary practices are exclusive to the cultural preserve. So we have a series of recommendations, including the creation of the conservation easement, which was my recommendation to the landowner. So I'm happy to talk more about that and why I made that recommendation. The establishment of the cultural preserve, which will be an area that is stewarded by a Native Hawaiian organization and practitioners. The recommendations that were made by Rosanna and the team that did the AIS, and then the continued use of the cultural resources by practitioners. Throughout the course, and I know this was about the previous testimony, but we did work very closely with practitioners throughout the entire process. As Rosanna discussed in her testimony, there were redesigns to the cultural preserve, and that was in consultation with the practitioners from the area. We have regularly communicated with practitioners throughout the entire process and are very confident that the recommendations we are making will result in no adverse impact to any traditional and customary practices.
Thank you. Let me do a little housekeeping. I have you qualified in your various areas and your curricula vitae, but I would like to have Dr. Watson admitted as an expert in environmental and cultural assessment and environmental law and justice, and in regard to conservation easements.
Are there any comments or objections or questions from the parties?
The city has no objections.
State has no objections.
Tribunal has no objections.
Commissioners, questions or objections? Just for the record, Dr. Watson, would you go over a little bit more of your experience with conservation easements?
Sure. It's largely been in protected areas generally. So I have sat on for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the World Commission on Protected Areas, and done numerous studies on protected areas. So conservation easements are an important legal tool in being able to achieve or create protected areas. And I am happy to discuss why I think this is actually the creation of a protected area. I've sat on the United States Federal Advisory Commission for Marine Protected Areas, and I have studies on it. Most recently, I was published this month in Marine Policy about areas beyond national jurisdiction. I'll bore you folks to tears, but I've done extensive work specifically in conservation protected areas and using conservation easements as a tool to protect reef.
Thank you. Any objections or concerns? If not, she's so admitted. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Watson. Let me ask you how the conservation easement that is being proposed for this project came to be.
Okay. I was regularly attending community meetings and working with stakeholders. And in hearing the concerns specifically of the community, and we believe we heard some of that 2 weeks ago, that there was the potential that they could come back again, HMP could come back later for additional developments, additional use of the land. It was my very strong opinion that the best way to create a permanent protection for the remainder of the resources and ensure that in perpetuity there would be no additional development would be to place all of the lands, including the petition area and all of the remaining parcel, into a conservation easement. If I can pull up my new exhibit, exhibit 61. Oh, Chair, can I please have access to share my screen?
It's done.
Okay. I have technical help. Oh, share screen, the green. That one. 61. Not that. What's the next one? Oh, got it. I got it. Sorry, my teenager's better at technology than I am these days. Okay, so you should be able to see exhibit 61 in front of all of you. Is that correct? Yes.
Can't see the exhibit number, but we see a map with 3 large areas on it.
Perfect. So if I may, the green area is the petition area. So this is what we're asking to have taken from conservation, so what is currently zoned conservation, and put into urban. The green is the expansion area for the cemetery. The blue is the cultural preserve. There are no cemetery expansion activities to take place here, with the exception of HMP giving to a Hawaiian organization 100 spaces for traditional Hawaiian burials. So the only reason the cultural preserve is part of the petition is to allow for this traditional practice to take place. The conservation easement would include this entire area. So all the way up to Pohainani, all the buffer area, all of this brown. So in recognizing the concerns of the community about potential expansion beyond this petition, we felt the best way, or I felt the best way to address that was to place all of it within a conservation easement, which would be held in perpetuity, therefore prohibiting forever any additional development of the land.
Thank you. Let me talk about the preserve now in regard to the management of the cultural preserve. You've had discussions with Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club and other Hawaiian organizations in regard to management of that cultural preserve?
Correct.
Now, in regard to the management of the cultural preserve, it would include areas within the preserve that would be accessible by those interested in examining it, and it would include areas that would be off limits or kapu because of various artifacts or because of rockfall issues. Is that correct?
Correct. So let me turn you to exhibit 60. So this is a closer exhibit of the petition area, including the cultural preserve. It also overlays the rockfall hazard area and the potential new access area. So when we conducted our interviews with the practitioners, all of the practitioners currently access the cultural resources, which, if you can see my little hand here, are really exclusive to this area, the lower northwest corner of the cultural preserve. So they currently access through Lipolu Street and then access whether the Heiau, which is quite a difficult access. So there were numerous practitioners who commented on the difficulty of that access. And then the Lawa'e, which I'm just not gonna show because we don't want everybody running in and stealing all the Lawa'e, but it is in this western portion of the cultural preserve. At no point did any of the practitioners, including the interveners practitioner, identify use beyond this area or the cultural preserve. What needs to be decided by the LUC is one, if we maintain this access, I do not believe the access itself is significant. It has always been identified as an access of convenience because of the location of Lipolu Street, or if we can move access to this area, which would come through the new expansion area, which would be a less difficult access for practitioners. Within the management of this area, first, access would be controlled. As was pointed out earlier by Commissioner Onigashi, there are paintballers. We saw evidence of pallets being burned. There was all sorts of damage that is very concerning to practitioners and community members. So access would be primarily to actively steward the heiau, and then for cultural access to the hula plants that are primarily in this area. We would recommend prohibiting any access within the boulder deposit area, which is here highlighted in yellow, and this eastern portion of the cultural preserve. This is in the cultural preserve, not because people accessed it, but when we went through the previous CIA, there was commentary recommending moving away from a model where we were looking only at the tangible resources, which is again, primarily the heiau, and looking rather at the plants, how the plants need to thrive. So this is the water route for the Lawa'e and Pala'a and other hula plants that exist in it. So we have the preserve because we are trying to preserve the landscape. We do not extend the preserve into this area because people actively access it. These sites that were identified as the new Honua sites, they're not actively accessed. We recognize that they are cultural resources, but they are not, there was no evidence that they are currently accessed for any traditional or customary reasons. And throughout all our interviews, nobody identified any current use, known use, or desire to access this eastern portion of the preserve.
Thank you. So in terms of concerns relating to rockfall in that area, which has a low to moderate chance, the area would be closed off basically to prevent parties from going beyond that area that's designated as the rockfall deposit in yellow.
I don't know if we would use the word prohibit. I think we would need significant justification as to why they would need to be accessed for traditional and customary purposes, and it would be on a very limited basis. We do not anticipate allowing regular access to that area at all. Currently, there's no management measures in place here, and we do know that, as we've noted, there are numerous trespassers that come through this area. So I firmly believe, and it is my expert opinion, that management measures would make this area far safer, and that the management measures we would have in place would be sufficient to mitigate any potential injury that could take place in that area.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watson.
You're welcome.
Dr. Watson is available for questions.
Thank you very much. If Dr. Watson, if your assistant can stop screen sharing.
I may be fit. Stop share? I did it right.
Okay. We'll start with the city and county.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Watson, my name is Dwayne Pang. I'm with the City and County of Honolulu. I have a few questions. So the next step is to develop a cultural preservation and management plan?
The next step, if the petition is approved, would be to move on the conservation easement itself. That would need to take place itself with a land trust, and then the land trust would hold the easement, and then it would be likely a 3-party agreement, likely an MOA, that would allow for the management of the cultural preserve. But the easement would have to take place first.
Okay, the easement owner would not necessarily be the management entity. Is that correct?
No, it would not be. It would be a qualified institution. So under state law, you have to be a qualified land grant nonprofit or government agency to hold a conservation easement. And we do not anticipate that the Native Hawaiian organization that would serve as the steward would be that entity. It would be 2 separate entities.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the Native Hawaiian group. It's mentioned in a number of pleadings from Hawaii Memorial. There is that the Kola Poko Hawaiian Civic Club would be the intended entity to manage and the preservation plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Based on your experience and knowledge, do you believe that this entity has the experience and knowledge and experience to manage whatever plan you come up with?
Absolutely. They regularly do stewardship throughout the Kaneohe area. They have long wanted to be able to have an area of their own to manage. They have advocated for the preservation of heiau and historic sites. So this would be something they've long been ready to do, and quite frankly, it's long overdue to have them have this area or an area preserved.
And part of the plan would include access for cultural practices. And again, you believe that this entity has sufficient resources and management capabilities to manage those access for practitioner purposes.
Yes, and I will qualify that by saying that the landowner has committed to provide funding to do a lot of the tree removal, the vegetation removal, the creation of the walking paths. So they would not be on their own, so to say. It really would be a partnership with whoever held the easement, the landowner who has already committed to provide support, and then the Native Hawaiian organization as a 501c3 who would then be eligible to obtain their own funding and support for their activities in there. But the landowner has committed generously to provide support to the activities.
Okay, so the preservation plan, would that cover areas outside the blue area in your map?
Yes, the preservation plan, because that is a document regulated by the State Historic Preservation Division, would cover the preservation of all of the historic sites within the petition area. So for those, as Rosanna pointed out, there are some sites that are outside the petition area, things like that we have identified for preservation. There would be, there's a lot of plans, I apologize. After the preservation plan, in concert with the land grant institution, there would be a management plan for the cultural preserve that would be exclusive to the cultural preserve. And that would be yet another document that would be created with the civic club or whatever entity takes that stewardship role. And that is really what would primarily govern. And it would make reference to all the many other documents that work with and in concert with that plan. And this is commonly done. It's not, this is a pretty standard protocol for the creation of conservation easements and the stewardship of areas. Manawila Heiau, I believe, has a similar structure. So we do have examples in the state where this has successfully worked, which is why we've recommended it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much. State, Ms. Apuna.
No questions.
Okay. Interveners. Mr. Yoshimori.
Hello, Dr. Watson.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions to ask you. How long does it normally take to create and establish the conservation easement?
It could take any period of time. I mean, I think there's some that have taken a long time. I don't anticipate this taking very long. We will need to do, as Rosanna explained, data recovery next. And my hope is that in that approximate 1-year period and where data recovery is taking place, we would be able to finalize the conservation.
So you anticipate at least a year for the conservation easement to be created?
Approximately a year, yes.
And this is more from my curiosity, but is there a way to revoke a conservation easement?
Not to my knowledge, no. And at least I'm not aware of one in Hawaii ever being revoked. And that is not the intent here. The intent is for it to exist in perpetuity.
Thank you. Does the current Ko'olau Hawaiian Civic Club, do those people have native gathering rights and native access to the Heiau complex under the Supreme Court case on public access shoreline Hawaii?
We have acknowledged and stipulated to the fact that they have traditional and customary practice rights there, if that's the question.
My question is the landowner obligated to let them onto the property currently because of their PASH rights?
Yes. And he does.
Thank you. So Ms. Thurman testified that she didn't believe that there are any historic burials currently in the area. And you mentioned that doing traditional burial practices was going to be part of the cultural preserve. So was it a common practice in pre-contact Hawaii to allow burials within the Heiau complex?
It would not be within the Heiau. So I think that leads the impression that we would be conducting burials within the Heiau. And that's not correct. That is not what we are proposing. We are proposing that a fair buffer away in the cultural preserve where other activities do take place. That is where we would work with the practitioners to determine an appropriate area for those burials. And I should emphasize, we are not talking about already, burials that already exist, so traditional burials. We are talking about, there in 2015, and I think this was mentioned 2 weeks ago, the Ko'olaupo'o Hawaiian Civic Club and other practitioners lobbied to change the law, so HRS 711-1108, to no longer make it a crime to be able to do clean burials. So these are traditional burials where the body is basically reduced down to only EV, and then they are placed in a basket and buried. Since the passage of that law, there has not been any cemetery that has offered space for that, and Hawaiian Memorial Park is offering to give the practitioners space for free to conduct those activities, and they, because these are still regulated by the Department of Health, would help to oversee that so it is compliant with existing law. So we are really talking about new burials and new sites as opposed to reinterment, which is perhaps something I just needed to make clear.
I apologize for the confusion. I wasn't implying that we were going to bury people within the Heiau, but within the complex, because I think in the past, this area has been referred to as a Heiau complex with the Heiau and the associated sites with it. So would traditional burials be allowed in a Heiau complex like that?
Well, if you look at the testimony from Bud Neller, who was first interviewed, when he talks about the Heiau complex, he really talks about the features that were downslope that were most likely destroyed by the housing development. So I would not consider where we are recommending for the burials to be part of a Heiau complex. I would say this is more a cultural landscape that has a range of cultural resources that were utilized, and considering things like agricultural terraces and potential habitation sites, as Commissioner Chan discussed earlier, it was very common to find burials around habitation sites. We've certainly, in our work, identified burials within agricultural areas. So I would say, in my opinion, that these are all appropriate activities for the cultural preservation.
Historically, it doesn't look like there have been burials in this area up to this point.
That is correct, but I should note that if you look at the Hawaiian language resources, it's surprising in the sense that there are extensive mo'olelo about battles that took place in the area, particularly between the Oahu chief Olopana and Kamupua'a. So if you look at the stories of the area, we would have expected to potentially find burials, but as Rosanna pointed out, we have not found any. But I would not be surprised, again, if at some point, but we have not found anything that would be consistent with the Hawaiian language resources that we found during the CIA.
Thank you. Do we know who's going to be allowed to be buried in the Heiau complex?
That will be entirely at the discretion of the Hawaiian organization. So a certificate of ownership will be provided to those stewards, and they will have to designate someone to authorize it, and it would have to go through them as to who decides. So that will be under the exclusive control of the stewards.
Okay, so the Civic Club will determine who can be buried there.
If the Civic Club is the manager of the site, then yes.
And have they already established guidelines or rules of who would be allowed or how the application process would be?
No, we are in very early discussions though with the practitioners of the area as to what appropriate protocols would be. So I imagine that that discussion would advance at the appropriate time.
You also mentioned that a fence would be erected to keep out trespassers, but practitioners would have access. So who's going to be determining who is a practitioner and who has access?
Again, that would all go through the Civic Club or whatever recipient of the stewardship site there is. But I do believe it is well within the discretion of the LUC to ensure that any practitioner that came forward would be afforded access. And that has always been the practice of the landowner.
And is this similar that the Civic Club has not yet come up with procedures or guidelines of who they would allow or what the decision criteria would be to let people on?
That would be premature at this time.
So the preservation plan and the, I think you called it, I forget what the other title was, the management plan. Sorry, the preservation and management plan, they have not yet been developed. Is that correct?
We have a draft, a very early draft of the preservation plan that we have written in consultation with the practitioners. We have not started the management plan, but we have, as I mentioned, been in ongoing discussion about appropriate practice within the cultural preservation.
Okay. So timing-wise, the petitioner is asking the Land Use Commission to approve the district boundary amendment now, and the preservation and the management plan will be drafted later by the Ko'olau Hawaiian Civic Club and Hawaiian Memorial.
And I imagine we would have a heavy hand in the technical aspects of those documents.
Okay. In your written testimony, you mentioned the Supreme Court case of Kapa'akai versus the LUC. And, I looked it up, and in it, it says, quote, "The power and responsibility to determine the effects on customary and traditional Native Hawaiian practices and the means to protect such practices may not validly be delegated by the LUC to a private petitioner who, unlike a public body, is not subject to public accountability." So, the questions that we talked about that still don't have an answer to them, those won't be answered until after the district boundary amendment is granted. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. It is well within the discretion and, to me, the appropriate authority of the LUC to find in their findings of fact and conclusion of law where, again, the identification and scope of, quote, valued cultural, historical, or natural resources in the petition area, including the extent to which traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rights are exercised in the area. And I believe the CIA more than provides sufficient information to answer that first question of Kapa'akai. The second question of Kapa'akai is the extent to which those resources, including traditional and customary Native Hawaiian rights, will be affected or impaired of the proposed action. I believe between the CIA and the cultural impact assessment, we again provide more than enough information for the LUC to make that determination in their decision and order. Specifically, there are cultural resources out within the petition area that will be adversely impacted. I believe that is a distinct determination from the impact of traditional and customary practices. As I have testified to, all of the traditional and customary practices have been identified for the cultural preserve, and I do firmly believe will not be adversely impacted by this petition, as they are being preserved and also enhanced. Therefore, the third part of Kapa'akai, feasible action, if any, to be taken by the LUC to reasonably protect Native Hawaiian rights if they are found to exist, I don't even believe is applicable, because we are not adversely affecting traditional and customary rights.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshimori. Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Wong, followed by Commissioner Ohigashi.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Watson, I have a couple questions. The first, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you, thank you.
Okay. The first question I have is, the previous testifier or witness stated that they're gonna, I guess, tear down some sites. Is that correct? I mean,
that is correct.
How does that affect, I mean, Hawaiian issues or Hawaiian rights?
Okay, so again, I think we're talking about two categories. Okay. One is tangible historic sites. So these are historic sites, and there are culture, and so let's call them cultural rights for the discussion around Kapa'akai. Cultural resources. So there are cultural resources, historic sites, some loa'e, that will be adversely affected. So they are going to be removed by the project. When we did the interviews, which I believe were exhaustive, or at least extensive, none of the practitioners we talked to said they go to any of those sites or utilize any of those cultural resources. So I do believe you need to look at cultural resources differently than you look at traditional and customary practices. The traditional and customary practices that were identified through the studies were access to the heiau, and then use access to the loa'e and pala'a that exist in the cultural preserve for Hawaiian cultural practices. So those resources are being preserved, and in the case of the loa'e and pala'a, and if they use tea or any of those, they're actually going to be actively managed, and I will believe will be enhanced because of it. Additionally, by taking action to stop trespassers, the paintballers, the guys that burn pallets, we are further protecting these resources for use by traditional practitioners. And again, you folks will have to decide the access issue, but if we can provide a less difficult access through the cemetery, it will actually be easier for some of our practitioners who are reaching kupuna age to access some of those resources. So I do not believe traditional and customary rights as currently practiced are being adversely affected, but we do recognize that cultural resources will be impacted. The mitigation has been approved by the State Historic Preservation Division, and we believe that that mitigation is feasible to the extent permitted by law.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have is, if, let's say the landowner says, you know what, I'm just gonna fence the place, let the practitioners go in, but I'm not gonna do anything else. Would that be a possibility too?
That is not the plan. I would not advocate for that plan. I do think my primary concern is the albizia Albizia was not the same issue a decade ago when this came in. The Albizia poses, in my opinion, an immediate threat to some of the historic sites and therefore some of the cultural resources. They need to be removed. As do some of the other invasive trees. This area is primarily invasive trees that really do not belong there. So the landowner has committed, again, to creating a pathway to removing vegetation that poses a threat to resources. And then also, I mean, the Lawai and others are very healthy, so there's not really a threat there, but it would be appropriate to better manage the invasive species as to not become a threat to some of those.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Watson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ohigashi.
When I read your testimony on page 5, about the third paragraph down, it says here, as a result, the petitioner is considering erecting a fence around the petition area perimeter. Do you mean the cultural preservation easement?
It would be the entire easement. I don't know that I think a fence is necessary everywhere. A lot of areas simply aren't accessible, but absolutely Lipolu Street, we know that is the primary area of trespassers coming through. And then perhaps near where Kokokahi Trail is, and if not a fence per se, then ample signage to notify people that the area is kapu.
Okay, so, but it's not the whole petition area, it's the cultural preservation easement.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. The next thing is that when you testified, you said we're here to we will be determining the access to the cultural preservation easement. Is that part of your recommendation, that we determine whether to use an existing Lipoa Street or provide specifically in the DNO that access will be provided through the expanded area, cemetery area?
That's exactly correct. And the reason I draw that out is because of Kapa'akai. In Kapa'akai, one of the issues that became of issue was the route that was used for access. What I think is very different here is in Kapa'akai, it was a historic trail that was being used by practitioners. So it was the trail and the access itself was a cultural resource. Whereas I noted here, it's more access of convenience. And I do not believe the access route itself has any cultural significance. And we've had no indicator from many of the practitioners that the route itself has any significance. But we do recognize that access to the cultural resource is a fundamental right of these practitioners. So I just draw it out because I want to make sure that the situation here is distinguished from the situation that was in Kapa'akai.
Okay, but if you're asking the Land Use Commission to put in a condition in the DNO identifying the proper access site, shouldn't there be additional evidence to establish which site or to support the use of either site or to support the use? Because right now, I'm not sure what evidence is in the record to that can lead us to a conclusion to choose between the different access sites.
So first, I'd like to say the landowner doesn't particularly have a preference. I think it is recognizing concerns of the neighbors and that surrounding community who I do not believe have enjoyed having trespassers regularly walk through their neighborhood. The access route that we show in green on Exhibit 60 is what we would recommend. And I will say on the record now that access would provide actually a shorter route to the cultural resources that are utilized. And really it is access to that western portion of the cultural preserve.
Well, I'm sure that Mr. Matsubara is thinking in his head what he should be doing right now, but rather than that, the next question that I have is, assuming that it seems to me that if we adopt the petition and authorize the use, is that would we be creating more of a problem for trespass?
I'm perhaps not understanding how would you be creating an additional process for?
Let me put it this way. Right now, you're saying that the Lipoa Street access is the most difficult access into the cultural, the specific area you want to preserve for cultural purposes. What the development of this does is create an easier accessibility into the cultural site. The question that I have is, wouldn't the development of this particular area contribute to the potential of additional trespassers, additional desecration, additional use that shouldn't be going on in that area?
No, sir, it would not. And let me explain why. First, because Lipoa is a public street. There is no real ability for the landowner to restrict access with the exception of erecting a gate or a fence of some sort. Whereas access through the cemetery area you would have to come onto the Hawaiian Memorial Park property, you would have to come into the expansion area, and then if need be, there would be some sort of additional restrictions, whether fencing or a gate of some sort, which could be erected if that's determined appropriate to ensure that access is controlled. So I believe that we have numerous means of restricting access, but I do believe the alternative route does not create any increase in trespass, nuisance, additional damage. I do believe the greater danger is to leave Lipoa Street open as it is now.
So my last set of questions deal with the cultural preserve easement. Essentially, what is being described to me, being described as an easement, is a sort of like a gift or a transfer of property rights to a trust or et cetera. If we grant this petition and the land becomes urban, does the creation of an easement of such magnitude create a subdivision problem with the city? I'm just curious, because I'm familiar a little bit. A long time ago was with being with the Corporation Counsel's office here on Maui, and I recall discussions relating to intensive use of land may be subject to the subdivision ordinance. So I'm just curious if that is a problem.
I don't have that level of expertise. I'm unclear as to what would trigger that, and I don't believe so, but I will let council or DPP answer that question.
Well, I'm just curious about that. The second thing is that the cultural preserve easement, would it be your recommendation that it be a condition precedent to any substantial commencement of the project?
I would not, I don't know that I should answer that question. Are you asking me personally or professionally if I think we should? I believe we should use conservation measures to the extent possible to protect land whenever we can. And I think this particular case, my hope is becomes a very strong model and encouragement for other projects going forward to take steps to appropriately protect natural and cultural resources.
Well, you know, lawyers, they ask questions just to signal what they're thinking sometimes.
I don't want to get myself in trouble, but.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ohigashi. Commissioners. Commissioner Axon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Watson. I just have a couple of questions. It's kind of more a follow-up with Commissioner Ohigashi's question about the access. on your exhibit, you showed two access points. The one coming from the community, the red line you have, and the other one. I just want to kind of understand what kind of decision we have to make. Are you asking the Land Use Commission which access point we want, or can it be both of them open?
Of course, it's ultimately up to you folks. And maybe I'll back up a bit. When we did the interviews, again, we very specifically look for the route practitioners take to access resources. We believe that in certain circumstances, the route itself can be significant, can be a cultural resource. What we did not want to do in simply saying we were going to close this was unintentionally create an adverse impact to the traditional and customary practices. So there is certainly an interpretation that if we changed the route by which they have been accessing this area, we could be creating an adverse impact. Our goal was to make sure that we did not adversely impact traditional and customary practices. So our recommendation would be for the LUC to find that we need to maintain access, but access can be provided through an alternative route, as opposed to the route that is currently taken. That is what we are asking for.
So it cannot be both access?
We certainly
can be your recommendation?
So we certainly can. I think if this proceeds, we would want to close Lipolu Street to the extent that we are stopping trespassers and hikers from coming through there. But if need be, we could create a gate of some sort where practitioners would still be allowed to access, but that would be exclusively for practitioner use. We are trying to stop the trespassers, basically.
I understand now. My second question is regarding the cultural preserve. You kind of mentioned in your testimony that the owners are willing to support the operation of that cultural preserve. I just want to kind of get some idea on the extent of the owners' participation or support that you were saying, and also the extent of the civic organizations gonna take over the extent of their responsibilities. I just want to kind of get some clear understanding on, what is the owner's responsibility? Is it just that, maintaining the preserve, and the cultural, the civic organization is responsible for cultural programs? For example, that's
a good way to put it. I will say that the owners have offered to help with the restoration and the removal of vegetation and the access and the hiking trails, simply because they have a very good relationship with the Civic Club and the community. This is not anything they have an obligation to do. They, for many years, as Rose talked about, have worked with this Civic Club and have supported them. And I think they simply want to continue to work with them and support them in their efforts. The details of what that looks like long-term, I think, are premature. It is, again, a three-party discussion with both the entity that will hold the conservation easement, the Civic Club, who, as you said, is likely to just run cultural programming and educational programming, cleanup days, things like that, whereas the landowner would still be responsible for overall basic maintenance of the land. They would still be the landowner.
So this is in perpetuity? The owner's
Correct. Well, the ownership is clearly not in perpetuity. They could still sell the land, but the conservation easement is in perpetuity. So if HMP makes the decision, say in 10 years, to sell the land to company X, that conservation easement would still be in place. So the conservation easement is, and it is recorded with the Bureau of Conveyances, so it runs with the land. even if the landowner changes. So that would be in perpetuity.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Axon. We have 3 commissioners who have questions for the witness, Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioner Wong. In terms of managing the proceedings and our time before lunch, are the 3 of you willing to give me a little bit of estimate of how, I won't hold you to it, but how many minutes of questions do you have?
This is Commissioner Wong. I have only 2 questions more.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
I have more than 2 questions. Not too much more. Not too much more.
That means 4.
Okay. Commissioner Okuda, you have a number of questions, I'm assuming, because quite a few of yours were earlier deferred.
Yeah, this is Gary Okuda. Yes, I plan to go over the deferred questions.
Okay. What I'm going to suggest, it's at 11:15 and we've been going for 55 minutes, is that we take a 10-minute break. We reconvene at 11:25. We then work our way through this witness and then take a lunch break. Is that acceptable, Mr. Matsubara?
It is fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's 11:15. We will reconvene at 11:25. We're on recess. Okay. Let's get ready.
Jonathan, these breaks are too long. I had to eat 3 Oreo thins.
Now I want Oreos too.
Come. I have it right here.
My mountain apple is fruiting and I wanted to bring some to the meeting and share it with everybody, but
throw it at this.
So, okay. AG Chow, you're with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Commissioner Cabral still has a couple seconds to come to the screen.
So I will say before we start, Chair, that I enjoyed your first background very much. I had a good and was worried I was dead. So I enjoyed that.
I was wondering if anybody understood the reference.
I understood the reference and enjoyed it tremendously. So.
Commissioner Cabral.
Oh, that's perfect. I feel like I've moved in here. My stuff.
You could have had one more Oreo, Commissioner Ohigashi. You're muted.
I think I will.
You're making me hungry, Lee.
Me too.
I bought this because it said thins. I thought it was dietetic. But if you eat 8 instead of 4, it doesn't work that way.
It's like diet spam.
They make that now, yeah. Diet spam or spam.
Commissioner Cabral is with us. We are back on the record. We are continuing with the questioning of petitioner's witness, Dr. Trisha Kehaulani Watson. I'm going to start with Commissioner Okuda, followed by Commissioners Wong, then Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Watson, thank you very much for your testimony. Let me follow up with some of the questions, or follow up on some of the recent questions that you were asked. First of all, regarding the preservation plan and the management plan, do those plans exist in a draft written form?
As I testified earlier, there is an early draft of the preservation plan. There is no draft to date on the management plan.
Can you please tell us who let me withdraw the question. Did you share the draft of the preservation plan with the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club?
I believe we did. We've had, as I mentioned, ongoing meetings. So I think we have discussed the contents at various points, but I cannot recall if we officially submitted any draft to them. And that's premature.
Okay, and Dr. Watson, let me just give a prefatory comment here. Please do not construe my questions to mean that I have prejudged or have even a inclination one way or the other in this proceeding. Frankly, I'm trying to take in all information and evidence, and these questions are intended to that. So please don't construe my questions to mean that I'm viewing this case one way or the other.
I would never do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything in writing anywhere in the record where there's even a presentation of a preliminary draft of the preservation plan or the management plan?
That's a bit of a difficult question. So if you look both at the cultural impact assessment and the archaeological inventory survey, they identify in them areas for preservation and cultural resources for preservation. Much of those contents will be the same for the preservation plan, so there's going to be a lot of overlap. So to the extent that we strongly draw upon the existing technical reports in the crafting of a preservation plan, yes, a lot of the information is in the record. If it is structured in a draft preservation plan format, no, that is not in the record, and that would have been premature to put into the record because that would not be triggered prior to the approval of this petition.
Okay, thank you. That's a very clear explanation. You gave some testimony about customary types of Native Hawaiian funeral burial practices, for lack of a better term, would be facilitated if this plan goes forward. And I believe you testified that it would be handled or facilitated by Hawaiian Memorial Park at no cost. Am I fairly stating your testimony?
Yes, to some degree. So the sites themselves are being given to the stewards, whoever they will be. The facilitation of the burials themselves would be conducted by the stewards. So Hawaiian Memorial Park, as a regulated cemetery, still has an obligation to record those cemetery sites as required by the Department of Health. But the practice, I mean, it's not like they would be present or determine who would be buried in those sites. That would be facilitated by the Civic Club, and those sites are being given for free to the Civic Club. So it's a bit complicated, and we will have to continue to figure it out also because, again, this is the first time since Act 171 was passed in 2015 that we are able to do this, but that's the basic idea. Is they're still responsible from a Department of Health standpoint, but it will be owned and managed by the Civic, if that makes sense.
It does, and I apologize, my question probably was not that clear. If there are miscellaneous actions that have to be taken because, you know, even though the statute was amended to allow this type of funerary process to take place, there still needs to be compliance, as you point out, with Department of Health requirements or possibly other requirements. Who will pay for those requirements or be responsible for compliance with those other requirements, whatever they may be, related to traditional burials? Will that be Hawaiian Memorial Park? Or will that be the responsibility of the custodian, such as the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club, or at this point, we don't know?
I simply don't have enough familiarity with the Department of Health standards on recording that activity, so I would defer that back to the landowner. I apologize. I wish I had a better answer for you.
No apologies necessary. I'm just asking the question. I'll ask the landowner later. Now, before you prepared your report and before you have testified here, did you read the entire report prepared by GeoLabs with respect to the conditions on the site, including rockfall hazard?
I read it. I don't think I could recite it verbatim for you, but I did go through the entire, I believe it is Appendix C of the EIS, and I do have it in front of me.
So you reviewed Appendix C. I'm not asking you to recite verbatim or even less than verbatim. This is not a memory test, but you did review it before you've given your testimony, correct?
I did. I even brought it with me today.
Okay. And were you present when their engineer, Mr. Lim, was testifying regarding rockfall hazards?
In January?
Yes.
Unfortunately, my grandmother died during that hearing and I had to leave, so I did not witness his entire testimony.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And
yeah,
my mother,
it was poorly timed. I'll talk to her about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. My mother also passed away around that period of time.
I'm very sorry to hear that as well.
Yeah, well, since then, have you reviewed the transcript of Mr. Lim's testimony?
I have briefly read through it. Again, if there's a quiz coming, I may have to defer you to someone else.
Oh, no. My final question regarding that is, with respect to rockfall hazards or the risks of rockfall, would you defer to the testimony and report of GeoLabs and their engineer?
Not the testimony that he provided in January. I am familiar enough with the testimony that I do believe that I provided sufficient clarification as to how we can mitigate and manage for any potential hazards to individuals who may enter the cultural preserve. So I stand on the testimony I provided earlier today that I am 100% confident that we can provide mitigation measures for the cultural preserve that would sufficiently protect individuals in that area.
Okay. Now you have a law degree, correct?
I do.
And at Richardson Law School, would it be fair to say, or would it be accurate that you took real property from Professor David Callies?
I did. I also took land use from David Callies. So yes, oh, actually, you know, I didn't take property. I believe he was on sabbatical that year, but I have the pleasure of knowing David Callies well.
Okay, and as part of your expertise that you have explained to us, you provided us your background, your legal background, and your expertise regarding certain areas of the law, such as environmental law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it true or not true that under Hawaii law and more specifically the common law, and common law is basically the legal standards or principles that judges set out in cases, the common law. Under Hawaii common law, potential liability for hazards on the property are imposed on the occupier of the land, not just who might hold legal title, but basically the occupier or person who has control over the parcel of property.
Yes, there can be liability for an operator of a parcel of land.
Yeah, and not to get too technical here, but since we're dealing with expert testimony, that comes from the Pickard, right? Pickard versus City and County of Honolulu case, right?
I will date myself and say that I have not been in law school for 20 years, so I am not as familiar with case law that I perhaps would be. But again, I don't dispute that there is liability, and I simply could not quote that particular case. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. But we agree on the legal principle here. Now,
yes.
Was the Kolaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club told at any time there might be a potential for liability if it became the manager of the cultural preserve?
I don't believe there was, they were told. There was a discussion with the entire Civic Club. I want to say January, we attended a meeting of the Civic Club, a general meeting where we discussed the project and this stewardship. The discussion of liability did come up. So they are aware of the potential for liability. I am, again, extremely confident that liability can be managed, whether through indemnification agreements, hold harmless agreements, waivers, appropriate insurance for the property. This is something I have done for other projects with other nonprofits, and I am very confident that any concerns regarding liability can be fully addressed.
Okay, so if we're talking about indemnification, just so that we are all on the same page and we try not to use these ancient Latin words which still have legal meaning, indemnification is basically a promise where one party, such as Hawaiian Memorial Park, if it indemnifies the Kolaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club, Hawaiian Memorial Park would agree to basically take on and protect and basically pay off any claims which the Kolaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club may become responsible for, correct?
That is not correct. I think it is premature to have any discussion about what agreements or mechanisms would be in place to provide sufficient coverage for liability. Again, I am very confident that, and again, remember there's multiple parties here. So there's not only the Civic Club, but there's also the land trust and also, so you're really talking about three parties. So again, you're talking about constructing management mechanisms that I think would require discussions with multiple parties at the appropriate time. But again, I am confident that all of those discussions can take place to the satisfaction of the parties involved.
Yeah, Dr. Watson, I wasn't asking about what the agreements might possibly be. I'm going to get to that later on because I frankly have a laundry list of points which I was told to defer to you. And so my only question was whether or not what I explained is an example of indemnification. I was not saying that, number one, that would be the agreement, and I'm definitely not suggesting that that would be a condition that the Land Use Commission could or should impose. It's just to explain what indemnification is, which is simply if, for example, Hawaiian Memorial Park or Service Corporation International agrees to indemnify the Kolaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club, it would mean that if the Hawaiian Civic Club became responsible or liable for example, someone injured by a rock fall, the Hawaiian Memorial Park or SCI would indemnify and basically pay off or take care of that liability. Just to explain what the concept of indemnification is that a fair statement of what the concept of indemnification is?
That would be a fair description of what the concept of indemnification is, yes.
Okay. Now, at this meeting that you just described or testified to where the issue of liability came up, were there any other meetings or discussions you've had with anyone connected or representing the Kolaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club about the potential liability it may incur if it took over or agreed to manage the cultural preserve?
No, because at the general meeting we had with the Civic Club, it was determined that those conversations would be premature and we would revisit the discussion if the petition was granted.
Can you please tell me what you or anyone else acting on behalf of Hawaiian Memorial Park told the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club about their potential liability if it became the manager of the cultural preserve?
I don't have a transcript of the discussion, but what I remember generally conveying when the question arose was that I would work with the Civic Club to ensure that their liability was mitigated and managed. And again, I have worked with numerous nonprofit organizations that steward land areas, and I have yet to have a situation where we have not been able to achieve that.
Let me interject a moment. You know, all of these discussions so far relating to what would happen in discussions between parties, they are subject to the conservation easement or management of the cultural preservation. And like the witness indicates, this is all premature because it would depend upon the petition is granted or not. So the parties have not sat down across the table from each other and discussed all the potential aspects of what the agreement may involve. So in this point of time, it's asking things that are purely conjectural since it's premature. So as it evolves, those things will be fleshed out and decided. But at this point in time, I think you have to accept the fact that it is premature, as the witness indicated, because the petitioner hasn't even been granted, which would create the cultural preserve, which could create the conservation easement and everything else. So these questions are, at this point, as indicated, premature. So
if I may, as chair, thank you for your comments, Mr. Matsubara. I think that at this point in the evidentiary portion of the hearings, it is good for us to get onto the record information about what might or might not be included in any conditions should the petition be granted. So I would encourage Commissioner Okuda to focus tightly on questions for the witness that are within her realm of expertise and capability of answering. And then we will also be recalling, if you recall, Mr. Morford, who can actually bind the petitioner to commitments.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. And I will try to adhere to the chair's instruction. The reason why I'm asking these questions are that, for example, the resolution of the Ahamoku Council and also certain documents from the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club were submitted in support of the petition. And my question is intended to determine to what extent information or knowledge was given to these entities before they gave the, or before they submitted their documents in support. If the petitioner is going to withdraw these documents of support, then my questions are irrelevant. But I really only have one more question on this line, and then I have other things to move on to. If I just can ask the final question.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Watson, do you believe that the Kō'olaupoko Hawaiian Civic Club should have been informed about the rockfall hazards as documented in the GeoLab's document or report and explained by Mr. Lim in his testimony before or in connection with these discussions that have led to their resolution in support of the project?
So Mr. Okuda, that presumes that these individuals are not intimately familiar with this area. These are individuals that we interviewed at length, and some of them multiple times, who grew up in this area, who have been through this area. We have interviews with Auntie Alice Hewitt, who grew up very near the area and used to ride horses through the area. So I believe that they are fully aware of the conditions of the land. I believe they are fully informed as to the situation. And the Civic Club resolution that we submitted, they drafted themselves. So these are people who are intelligent and knowledgeable and very intimately aware of the conditions of this place. So do I think we needed to submit a specific technical report to them? No. Do I believe that they are fully aware of what is on this land? Yes.
When you were speaking to the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club, who did you believe you were speaking on behalf of?
I was there representing Hawaiian Memorial Park.
Were you there at all to advocate or protect the interests of the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club?
I believe that my history and experience of working with Hawaiian communities for literally decades and being Native Hawaiian myself, I always first and foremost protect the Native Hawaiian community. At every step along the way in this process, I have advocated for and strongly supported the will of the Civic Club. We are here because the Kupuna asked for this preserve. We are here because this is something they have long wanted. That is always first and foremost in my mind.
Okay, let me ask you these questions about, which may go to whether or not certain conditions should attach to the petition. And again, by asking these questions, I'm not indicating any inclination whether to approve or disapprove the petition with or without conditions. I'm just asking whether or not this is something the landowner, Hawaiian Memorial Park, is willing to offer. And you can tell me, yes, to your knowledge, the landowner is willing to offer this. No, it's not, or you really don't know. And I'm not asking for whether or not there was an agreement with anyone in the community, whether it's the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club or anyone else. I just want to know whether or not the landowner is willing to offer these things. So first of all, would the landowner be willing during the negotiations with the Kolapoko Hawaiian Civic Club, would the landowner be willing to pay for an attorney picked by the Civic Club in its sole discretion to advise and represent the Civic Club in its negotiation with the landowner?
You would have to go ahead.
Questions in terms of its prematurity in regard to Hawaiian Memorial Park, Civic Club, and whoever has a conservation will have to sit down and discuss all aspects of that agreement. To ask those questions now is, as we said before, is extremely premature to say what one would do until one has fully discussed it as a courtesy to the other party to the agreement. So, you know, I think we're straying off again and getting into areas that have been asked and answered or are premature and inappropriate at this time.
I actually don't see this question, while it is highly specific, I don't necessarily see this question as premature. But if the knowledge of the witness is that she doesn't know or cannot bind the landowner to it, she can simply answer it as, that hasn't been discussed yet and I cannot therefore answer.
This has not been discussed yet and I therefore cannot answer.
Okay, thank you. If the club agrees to become the manager, will the landowner offer to make that appointment or designation irrevocable? In other words, not subject to revocation or change, unless, of course, the Civic Club decides it no longer wants to be the manager of the cultural preserve.
That has not been discussed yet, and I therefore cannot answer.
Okay. Will the landowner be willing to offer to pay for all the costs and expenses incurred by the Civic Club as manager of the cultural preserve?
As I have stated before, the landowner has offered and agreed to consider to cover considerable cost. As to anything in perpetuity would be premature and cannot be answered at this time.
When you say considerable cost, what is the dollar amount of the cost that the landowner is willing to pay for?
There is no specific dollar amount. It is the commitment to, again, remove invasive species, create an access trail, restoration efforts of that sort. So we have no estimate, and it would be incredibly premature to determine an estimate of what those potential costs would be, but they will be considerable.
Is the landowner willing to offer to the Civic Club that the Civic Club, will have sole and exclusive control over the cultural preserve, subject possibly to the rights of the holder of the conservation easement, but except for that, will the landowner offer to the Civic Club that the Civic Club, will have sole and exclusive control over the cultural preserve?
Again, that is a very complicated question because there are multiple parties, but they are intended to be the sole managers of the site. As you noted, there is a conservation easement. I mean, there's other considerations to take into effect, but they would be the lone managers of that property.
What are the other considerations to be taken into effect?
Again, the conservation easement. So again, we're having a very premature discussion. We need to have the land grant institution as part of that discussion.
Will the landowner agree?
Mr. Chair, can I say something?
Commissioner Axon.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I believe the landowner is going to be testifying again later. I believe those questions are better asked to the landowner who can commit to those questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Axon. I've struggled during this line of questioning. On one hand, the witness has been offered as an expert, for instance, regarding conservation easements. And we know the landowner himself is not necessarily an expert in conservation easements. So we need to establish some information on the record about the nature and scope of the easement and the potential conditions and other agreements around the easement or around these other agreements as they relate to cultural aspects. But again, I guess some of these questions are, as you're suggesting, Commissioner Axon, going to what can bind the landowner. So I want to not restrict discussion unduly, but I want to be efficient with our use of time. Commissioner Okuda, do you have
Yes,
thoughts?
if I can. Yes, I started asking these questions of Mr. Mulford, and I was told defer it to Ms. Watson or Dr. Watson, and he would be brought back in the end so that if Dr. Watson couldn't answer them, we could go back to him. So that's why I'm just asking her basically yes, no, or I don't know questions. And if she doesn't know, she doesn't know. I'll take it up with Mr. Mulford. Yeah.
Well,
so
respectfully, my recollection of the questions that were deferred to Dr. Watson were ones of a technical nature, and then we ensured that Mr. Morford would be here to bind any further representations necessary on behalf of the landowner. So I think the purpose of this witness right now is if you had questions about the nature of the easement or what could be or could not be included in things that's or could or not be concluded in certain agreements, that's fine, but we would
okay, Chair,
defer to binding.
Yeah, I'll skip over this. My only concern was I don't want to be the ping pong ball later where he comes back and says, you should ask Dr. Watson.
There's no desire to do that. And if that happens, I would work extremely hard to ensure Dr. Watson be recalled if that happened.
Okay, thank you. Let me just try to cut through some of these questions then. Dr. Watson, you testified about certain mitigation efforts with respect to liability issues, I guess, such as arising out of rockfall. Let me ask a follow-up question regarding that. Will the owner, the landowner, Hawaiian Memorial Park, pay for a liability insurance policy in a form approved by the Kolau Poko Hawaiian Civic Club, naming the club as the insured and protecting it against claims or liabilities or causes of action arising out of rockfall?
Sir, with all due respect, I do think that's a question related to binding the owner and not necessarily a question related to the technical aspects of the cultural preserve. And I also would say that it is a premature question to ask for the point we are with the regulatory process.
With respect to enforcement of promises regarding the cultural preserve, would the landowner be willing to give standing to recognize cultural practitioners to bring actions or lawsuits in court to enforce promises or representations made by the landowner in the course of this land use commission proceeding with respect to promises it makes regarding the cultural preserve?
I'm not sure if I have enough expertise regarding standing to answer that question. So I actually would defer to counsel on the issue of when it is appropriate to grant standing.
If I may, Commissioner Okuda, to a certain degree, and just correct me if I'm wrong and say that I'm not helpful here, but it seems that quite a few of your questions in this regard have to do with the testimony we have on the record from the Civic Club and what they might seek out of this agreement. These questions might be better posed to an actual representative of the Civic Club rather than the owner, but I was wondering whether or not Mr. Matsubara was planning to possibly call a representative of the Civic Club as a witness to answer these kinds of questions?
I had no plans to call a member of the Civic Club because in their estimation, that would be premature in terms of getting involved in that discussion at this point, seeing as the petition hasn't even been granted and there's no designation of the cultural preserve. But once all those things are done, the parties will discuss with each other what the benefits and liabilities are and how to proceed further to each other's satisfaction. So I think it will be premature for me to call anybody from there now in that regard.
Chair, I was just asking about what the landowner was willing to offer, but I'll tell you what, I will defer these questions to the representative of the landowner. And so based on that, I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. And thank you for, as we figure out our way through this proceeding. Commissioner Chang. Actually, excuse me, Commissioner Wong, followed by Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again, Dr. Watson. I'm gonna say something like, I just remembered a couple other questions, like how Commissioner Chang does, but I forgot her statement. Anyway, there's a couple of things. One thing is, I used to work at the Nature Conservancy, and when the Nature Conservancy received conservation easement, I guess the land trust, the easement, Nature Conservancy is accredited by a alliance, Land Trust Alliance. So when we give the easement, I'm saying we, as in the petitioner, will the person who receives the easement be accredited also?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know, just because I just don't want any Tom, Dick, and Harry to take over the easement and they get all screwed up.
Exactly. And I'm glad, as you well know, it is incredibly complicated, but as you very aptly note, the easement does need to be held by a qualified entity, which is why we have multiple parties playing multiple roles going forward. But you are absolutely correct, and it will go to a qualified institution. Thank you for that.
Then the other question, I guess I'm gonna just state it for the record, but you don't need to answer it, because this is just to state that, you know, as when I used to work at the Nature Conservancy, it took a lot of money, and even to just build fences around, you know, an area. And I just gonna put it on the record. You don't need to say anything, but I want to make sure that when we build these fences or anything else to take care of the land, that either the petitioner or someone has enough money or even an endowment to continue, keep that fencing up and protect that land. So that's all I'm saying.
No, and I do have an answer for you. So the landowner has agreed to endow the easement. So the easement first, I mean, since you're familiar with them, is being donated to a land trust. So they're not being compensated in any way for it. And second, they have agreed to provide an endowment to the institution for the perpetual care of the easement.
Oh, that's great. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Okuda.
Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you, Ms. Watson, for being here today. I just have a couple of questions that I want to clarify, and I'm hoping I'm not going to go too far over. But first, I just wanted to clarify with respect to the 100 burial spaces that will be in the cultural preserve. Was it your testimony that that would be managed by the cultural preserve manager, but that Hawaiian Memorial Park would ensure compliance with the regulatory requirements by Department of Health?
Yes, so they would have ownership of it and thereby determine who was allowed to use those spaces, and certainly management from a cultural perspective as to protocols and process. But HMP still is legally obligated for the compliance. So yeah, I might not be explaining it effectively. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure it was clear in my mind, the distinctive role between the cultural preserve manager and Hawaiian Memorial Park. And I totally appreciate and understand the issues regarding it. Some of these questions may be premature, but I think that you can appreciate the position that the Land Use Commission is in. We essentially we get to do it right the first time. So if we choose to grant the petition, there will be certain kinds of conditions. So either we can, we can discuss now what those conditions would be, or because I do disagree with your analysis of Kapa'akai. I think you said that step one, that you did in your CIA and the archaeological report identified the valued resources. And I believe you did that. I also believe step two says that there is, you have to then identify the potential effect of the project on those valuable resources. And I will say that your CIA was very exhaustive. You had a lot of interviews from people who directly have connections, and they provided you testimony. And I think your third comment, on the third step, you said, LUC doesn't even have to go any farther than that because there's going to be no adverse effect. I read Kapa'akai to say that one, we cannot delegate that responsibility. We have to make an independent assessment. So the fact that a lot of these valued resources are going to be in the cultural preserve, that fact in and of itself, with no conditions, I don't think LUC has fulfilled its obligations. We cannot just delegate to Hawaiian Memorial Park or the cultural manager to say, okay, you guys can decide how you're going to address traditional customary practices without LUC placing any kind of conditions. So difference of opinion on interpretation of kapa'akai.
I don't think we do, if I may stop you. I 100% agree that LUC cannot delegate that authority. I think kapa'akai is incredibly clear as to that point. I think what I was trying to convey, and perhaps didn't communicate it clearly, is their role insofar as mitigation action. What I am saying is I don't believe looking at mitigation for traditional and customary practice is necessarily applicable because there's not an adverse effect. I believe the adverse effect is to the historic sites, which falls under the jurisdiction of the State Historic Preservation Division. But I, again, 100% agree with you that there needs to be findings and decisions on the LUC independently, so the technical reports just support your own independent assessment of the kapa'akai framework, and then any conditions that would be appropriate under that. So I apologize if I came off unclear, but I don't disagree with what you're saying at all right now.
I think we both get to the same place. So our interpretation and analysis. So with that agreement and the fact that you have been qualified as an expert on numerous expertise, I'm going to ask you a series of questions in regard to potential land use commission conditions.
Okay.
So the first one I want to talk about is access. So currently, you know, as the testimony and the reports have identified, there is, because the Palu Street is right there, that people have been accessing that area, including people who may exercise traditional customary practices because it's the most convenient to the resources. And the recommendation is not to have that access continue on, but to perhaps have it at another location within Hawaiian Memorial Park. So with respect to access, based upon your expert opinion, is it reasonable for Land Use Commission to include as a condition that access shall be provided to the cultural preserve, subject to consultation with the cultural practitioners and the cultural preserve manager, but access shall be provided?
Absolutely.
Okay. So so we can put that as a condition.
Absolutely.
We don't have to decide where that access is going to be, but just that access shall be provided.
Absolutely. And I believe that is frankly a necessity to be able to protect traditional and customary practices here.
Good. So we have an agreement on that. So one, Hawaiian Memorial Park, only because I am familiar with that area, it closes its gates. It has operating hours. Now, if cultural practitioners want to access the site at times other than when Hawaiian Memorial Park is open, would you agree, based upon your expert opinion, that Land Use Commission could include as a condition of the land use approval that not only access shall be required, but that access beyond the operations of Hawaiian Memorial Park shall be provided to cultural practitioners for to access the cultural preserve?
Yes, that should be included and that would be appropriate.
Excellent. Is there a distinction between the preservation plan and the cultural preserve?
Yes, in only that the preservation plan will include all the historic sites within the petition area. It will obviously lean heavily upon those within the cultural preserve, but it will include all of them. The management plan will focus more specifically and exclusively on the cultural preserve and the access that you're talking about now.
So the preservation plan is more of a regulatory requirement under Chapter 6E, and the cultural preserve plan is specific to the establishment of the cultural preserve.
That is correct.
Okay. And based upon Dr. Thurman's or Rosanna Thurman's testimony, and I did appreciate her testimony, she did say that preservation plans and the work that she does under Chapter 6E, the Archaeological Inventory Survey, really doesn't take into consideration, cultural consultation or the cultural kinds of issues or concerns. So based upon your expert opinion, would it be reasonable for Land Use Commission to include as a condition of the land use approval, should one be granted, that the preservation plans that are required under Chapter 6E shall be made in consultation with cultural practitioners and the cultural preserve manager?
We would appreciate that, and that would be our standard anyway, but we are very happy to have that as a condition.
Because it didn't sound like that was Rosanna Thurman's standard. It sounded like it was, it's mostly, that would be separate from the cultural preserve, but great. So you have no objections if we—
None at all.
Condition. Okay, excellent. Now, with respect to
For the record, this is more than 2 questions, as you were.
She
as you stated.
actually had more than 2. It did say she had more than 2.
More than 2.
Yes, well, that was correct.
Not too much more. Not too much more. But respect to the rock falls, based upon your expert opinion and based upon the testimony of, I guess it was Mr. Lim, there is a known dangerous condition. I mean, I think he said it is almost inevitable that there will be rock falls, and I think just in the reports that he provided. So based upon your expert opinion, would it be reasonable for the Land Use Commission to include as a condition of both the cultural preserve as well as the conservation easement that Hawaiian Memorial Park shall provide liability insurance and shall indemnify both the cultural preserve manager and the conservation easement holder from all liability limited to rockfall? Would that be a conclusion for Land Use Commission?
I cannot bind the landowner in that regard because we have not discussed that issue, but I think that question is better asked of the landowner, who I do believe will be coming back up.
But you've been qualified as a legal expert. So because I don't think he's a lawyer, so within your legal expertise, there's a known hazardous condition. We have on the record testimony from Hawaiian Memorial Park's expert that the rockfall conditions and the proposed construction will inevitably cause rockfalls. And one of the hazardous places was by the cultural preserve. So in your expert legal opinion, because you've been qualified, is that a reasonable condition by the Land Use Commission to require that the landowner provide liability insurance and indemnify and defend both the cultural preserve manager as well as the conservation easement holder from liability related to rockfalls? Not anything else, but just rockfalls.
Mr. Cheng, let me just interject. In terms of the characterization of the hazard, my recollection of the testimony is different, but we have Mr. Lim available, and he was planning on testifying today further on that issue. But, you know, in regard to how real of a hazard it is, can be clarified further when he takes the stand.
A question that could perhaps get to the, Commissioner Chang, I think to get to what I believe or I'm understanding as your area of interest that would take advantage of the expertise of this witness might be something along the lines of what kinds of conditions could the Land Use Commission put into place that would balance the need to continue to provide cultural access with the hazards that are associated with accessing this property based on the witness's expertise? I'm trying to have a productive discussion. Forgive me if I've misstated.
I thought my question was very specific because of the cultural preserve and the fact that you were qualified as a legal expert. Because I do not believe Mr. Lim is a legal expert. I do not believe Mr. Morford is a legal expert. So the question is related specifically to the cultural preserve area where it was his testimony and the materials that he provided. And while there may be a dispute as to the extent or the degree of the rockfall, but I do believe that it would be reasonable to conclude that it's a hazardous condition. That's why you've got mitigation. So I think my question is rather specific. It is based upon your expert opinion, legal expert opinion, and the fact that you know the cultural preserve better than anybody else, that would it be a reasonable condition for the Land Use Commission to include as a condition that the landowner shall provide liability insurance and indemnify and defend the cultural preserve manager as well as the conservation easement holder from liability related to rockfall?
So yes and no. Yes, as to liability insurance, that would appropriately cover the other parties. I would not necessarily say indemnification across the board though. So again, I think they absolutely could cover, and it would be appropriate to require as a condition liability insurance that not only covers the activities, but the club in its entirety. So they would be a named insured party. Same with the conservation easement holder, whoever that is. I don't know that I would utilize indemnification. I would probably say each party was individually liable for any negligent actions, but I would absolutely say that they would have appropriate insurance and possibly even support the club obtaining their own insurance, just so you had multiple policies in place to protect. That would be my recommendation to the club.
I appreciate that. That wasn't that hard. So thank
It
you.
was not.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think that may be the last of.
And I will add, that is something we commonly use, asking multiple parties to have appropriate insurance to a certain limit and very specific insurance that covers it appropriately, and then name all the parties. So that's not an uncommon mechanism to use that sufficiently protects everyone.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just have a couple of more. Small, manini kind.
I enjoy your questions,
Oh,
Dawn.
you're so
A couple
thoughtful.
means two. So.
Okay.
She said 2+.
Yeah, this isn't related to Rosanna Thurman's testimony about the newly found historic sites within the cemetery expansion that will not be preserved. They will either be subject to data recovery before they are destroyed, or there will be no further work. But 9 sites have been identified for data recovery. So, and I had asked her, and so I'm going to ask you this question. Would it be reasonable mitigation that before those features are destroyed after data recovery, that any of the rocks that were part of the historic features be relocated to the cultural preserve, subject to appropriateness, subject to consultation with the cultural preserve manager, or if we don't have a preservation plan, the Ko'olaupoku Hawaiian Civic Club, as to the appropriateness of relocating those stones to the cultural preserve, because it's hard enough to find rocks. But
it is hard enough to find rocks, yes. I totally agree, and we would be fine with that condition. And again, I think specifying that it does not create any adverse effect on other historic sites, but in concert with a preservation plan that speaks to restoration or reuse. But I agree, it's hard to find rocks, so we would absolutely want to keep the rocks in the area. So that's fine.
Okay. And my last question is involved to the mitigation plan, where you talked about interpretive signage. So is it a reasonable mitigation to specify that there would be appropriate interpretive signs in consultation with the cultural preserve manager, or if the cultural preserve is not established, the Ko'olaupoku Hawaiian Civic Club and other cultural practitioners appropriate signage that could assist in understanding what these resources are?
Absolutely, and we would encourage that, and that is something that has been asked for by the practitioners. The nuance to that being, so I'll first say there's likely to be two types of signs. One that just alerts passerbyers, trespassers, that this is not an appropriate area to be conducting recreational activities in. So basically, signs notifying people that it is a sacred and couple area. This is what we did at Kaniakapupu. So we have two types. One just is one sign over and over that says you should not be here. And then we have interpretive signs that provide history and culture on the area that are both in Hawaiian and English. The nuance to it being that we don't want to alert trespassers who might not be respectful of our kapu signs as to where certain features are. We have had to, on numerous occasions, remove directional signs to the heiau because there were people going. So I think I would strongly recommend signage with the caveat that it not create an attractive nuisance or create any potential adverse effect to the historic or cultural properties.
And I'm assuming that that would be in consultation with the cultural manager or
Absolutely.
Hawaiian Civic Club, because I believe sometimes trespassers and people who disrespect, it's actually because they don't know any better. So I think it is our responsibility to provide some level of education. But thank you very much for your testimony. Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Three questions which I hope will remain short. Dr. Watson, you testified a little while ago about an endowment that the landowner is willing to endow. How much money is the landowner willing to place in this endowment?
Again, that has not been, the amount of that has not been determined. It's actually determined by the land trust after they've conducted some baseline studies. So that has not been determined, it's just the commitment that's been made.
Okay, and let me ask you this. Based on your expert opinion, as you've been qualified and as Commissioner Chang has brought out in some of her questions and commentary, do you believe that it is inappropriate for this parcel of property to remain in the conservation district under the standards set forth for conservation district properties? That's 205-2, parent small e as an elephant, close parent?
Inappropriate is, I'm not quite sure why that word has been used. I believe the petition is asking to change it from conservation to urban for the purposes of being able to expand the cemetery and then conduct Hawaiian burial practices in the cultural preserve. In that regard, it is a highly appropriate change, but again, we are placing all of it within a conservation easement, which I believe more than meets the obligations to continue to protect this area as cultural resource, conservation area, and open green space. So,
okay, but specific, my question is, if the Land Use Commission declines to adopt the petition, would that be an inappropriate, or would it be inappropriate to keep the parcel of property in conservation?
If it declines the petition, I believe there would be adverse effect to the cultural resources in the cultural preserve and continued ongoing damage. So if it declines it, I think there would be adverse effect, and that's my answer to that.
And my final question, and this is based on what your last response is, and also based on your expertise, you know, in environmental law and the laws in the state of Hawaii. Is it true or not true that no matter what we might think is the moral or right thing to do, there is absolutely no legal requirement for an owner of conservation districted property to preserve or affirmatively preserve and affirmatively protect cultural sites on that landowner's property? In other words, if I own the parcel of conservation districted property which had cultural sites, as long as perhaps I don't affirmatively damage those sites, I can just neglect those sites and I'd be within my legal rights. Is that a fair statement of your understanding?
That is a fair statement. Yes, that is correct. There is no affirmative obligation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, are there further questions for Dr. Watson? I only have one question with 15 parts.
Like Rodney Dangerfield?
Yeah, no. I just want to confirm something I asked of Mr. Morford. Are you aware of any other place in Hawaii, since the law was passed that once again makes traditional Hawaiian burial practices legal within the state? Are you aware of any place that has been made available that those burial practices can be continued?
To my knowledge, there is no place that has made it available, and this is not currently available in any other location in the state, to my knowledge.
Okay, I guess I have one other question. As a legal and cultural scholar and expert, do you believe that the state of Hawaii and its agencies have an affirmative duty not just to not harm traditional and customary Native Hawaiian practices, but to enhance them where practicable?
Personally, and in my opinion, yes, there is a duty to enhance them more practicable. I do not believe that is the current practice. And I think there are many people who would say that there is not an affirmative duty, but in my opinion, there is an affirmative duty to enhance them more practicable.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Are there any other questions, commissioners? If not, I'll offer Mr. Matsubara the opportunity to redirect.
I have no redirect, just to maintain peace with the commissioners way past the lunch hour.
Okay. I love our inquisitive and commission that takes their duties very, very seriously. So the fact that some people have had to wait for lunch, I don't feel too bad about. It is 11:30 or 12:33. I'm going to suggest a 45-minute, slightly over 45-minute break. We would reconvene for the afternoon at 1:20, if that's acceptable to everybody. Go on recess until then.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed that very much.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Mr. Matsubara, is this the last witness for the petitioner now, or who are you calling next?
I have Lance Wilhelm, who testify next.
Okay.
Have
Follow.
two additional witnesses who testified before, but recent questions that the commission had. So if the commission is interested in that, I have Robin Lim, the geotech engineer, and Todd Byler, who was acoustics engineer, because there were questions, I believe, raised of them. So
Okay.
here to respond.
We will reconvene at 1:20 for hopefully the conclusion of the petitioner's witnesses. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Greetings.
Okay, I hear you, Jonathan. I'll turn the recess off.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Scott.
I thought I'd temporarily turn my video on so you'd know I'm here.
Thank you. You're not just phoning it in from the beach.
Nope, surely not.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
I'm here, John. Jean.
Hi, Jean. Thank you for that. We need Commissioner Cabral and confirming that I can see Commissioners, oh, Cabral, waving her hand, Okuda, Wong, Axon, Chang, Ohigashi, all present and accounted for. I will bring us out of recess and back in. Mr. Matsubara, your witness is ready?
Yes, he's sitting down, right, bushy tail, waiting to testify.
Good. Mr. Wilhelm, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ben.
For the record, Lance, could you provide your name and business address, please?
Yes, my name is Lance Wilhelm. My business address is 1003 Bishop Street, Suite 765, Honolulu 96813.
For the benefit of the commission, there's two exhibits which we submitted.
One moment. Commissioner Axon.
Mr. Chair, I just want to disclose, full disclosure, that I know Mr. Wilhelm through construction industry. He's very well connected with the construction industry. I just want to make sure that I'm ready to participate on this one and render a fair decision.
Thank you for that disclosure about your continued fairness despite your relationship with Mr. Wilhelm. Commissioner Wong?
Chair, I also know Mr. Wilhelm and from the construction industry. I didn't receive any lunch or anything from him recently or even past. still waiting for that lunch, but I'll wait till after we make a decision on the issue and it can be fair and impartial in this.
Okay, thank you for those disclosures. Just as a practice, we generally don't do disclosures about witnesses, but we do about any fiduciary relationships we have with any of the parties to the proceeding. But that said, thank you very much. Please continue, Mr. Matsubara.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be referring to two exhibits today while Mr. Wilhelm testifies. Exhibit 63 is his resume and background. And Exhibit 64 is his written testimony. Mr. Wilhelm, can you give us a summary of your background in regard to, give us a resume of your background.
Sure. I have approximately 30 years, a little over 30 years of experience in the construction industry and real estate development. I spent the first 25 years of my career with the Kiewit companies and essentially held virtually every line responsibility in the company from entry-level clerk to senior vice president of Hawaii operations. Of those 25 years, I spent 16 of those years in the heavy civil group, which does all of the infrastructure and civil operations. Subsequent to working for Kiewit, I worked for a real estate development firm called Irongate, where we built the Ritz-Carlton residences in Waikiki, among other real estate transactions that I undertook on their behalf. And a few years ago, I formed and founded the Wilhelm Group, which is a construction management and real estate development consulting business.
Thank you. Could you summarize your written testimony, please?
Sure. I was asked to consider previous testimony provided with respect to this project, specifically related to how export material, excess soil materials would be handled. And apparently there was what appears on the surface to be a discrepancy in the way that those spoil materials were to be handled. In the EIS work, it was described that the materials will be hauled to PVT, which is a construction landfill on the west side of Oahu. And in subsequent testimony, it was described that the materials would be spoiled, or we refer to it as spoiled in our vernacular in the industry, or hauled off and banked on other projects. And it's been my experience that the process is not inconsistent. It's just when along the development process do you ask the question. So in early stage development, the formation of an EIS or development of an EIS where the design is not yet complete, it is very common for and responsible to say at that time that excess soiled materials will be hauled to a location like PVT, which is a certified construction landfill. As the project develops and as design becomes more complete, and as you move closer to actually bidding and building the project, that's when market forces come to bear and opportunities to embank that material on other projects become available to you. And so that's a very normal and rational and responsible way to address spoiled materials over the course of a development process.
In regard to the natural progression of a development, details such as the final disposition of the fill would arise after more information was provided to the contractor?
Yes, typically the disposition of spoiled material is determined primarily through the bidding process. So heavy civil contractors who are invited to provide proposals will take a look at the projects that they currently have under contract. Those projects may require import of material, and they'll take that into consideration in the development of their price. They'll also take a look at near-term future projects that they know of that may require import material, and they take that into consideration in their price. And the market in Hawaii for heavy civil contracting is not too large. So there's really a handful of contractors and a handful of trucking companies that move the majority of the mass grading work, that do the majority of the mass grading work. So those firms tend to know what projects are happening in and around that time frame. The most efficient movement of that material is really determined by the private sector and disclosed through this bidding process.
You referenced to it. There's significant incentives to avoid disposing of fill at a landfill. There are other options available, such as other projects and so on. Could you discuss that aspect?
Sure. The most expensive disposition of excess soil material, and we're talking here about primarily soil and soil type materials. The most expensive way to dispose of that is to haul it to a landfill and then have them embank it within the landfill process. It's almost always more economical to take that material to other projects, whether that project is in that neighborhood or in the district or just anywhere on Oahu. That's always more economical. The reason being, a project that requires import fill is likely paying for that materials in some way, shape, or form in their project. The project with the export fill is paying for the disposition of that material, and the contractors have an opportunity to make money by cashing in on both sides of that equation, charging the embankment job and then charging the excavation job. So it's the most economical way for the marketplace to react to a project like this.
At the conclusion of your written testimony, you listed 4 things that you hope you could make clear through your testimony. Would you care to go over those 4 points?
Sure. So the reason you cannot do detailed design until after processes like the one being conducted today at the Land Use Commission is really 2 reasons. One, detailed design is very expensive and time consuming, and you wouldn't want to make that investment unless and until you knew that you had approval from a body like this. That's one reason. But the second important reason you wouldn't do detailed design first is because, as has been described in multiple testimonies here, there may be conditions placed upon the developer or owner that have to be addressed in the design, and you wouldn't want to have to do the design and then have to redo it later. So this is why, generally speaking, developers don't want to do final detailed design until after a process like that. Another point that I tried to make is that the Land Use Commission in this process and in your authority to make these decisions, it is certainly not the last place that's very technical, detailed health and safety and other considerations are taken into consideration. The developer and his design team will have to secure permits, building permits, grading permits, NPDES permits, which is National Stormwater Distribution type permits. All of that still has to be obtained subsequent to this action. So health safety issues are addressed there. Other agencies who have kuleana over those responsibilities also weigh in. So there's more oversight than beyond just this committee. So that's another point I wanted to make. I guess another element of my testimony is that it is really in the best interest of the project to reuse this material as much as possible. As I've said,